have a good weekend?
Yeah. We were dance competition.
Nice.
Yes, they did great. They got 7 awards. So
Yeah. Awesome. What kind of dance was it?
Yeah, we got there. We were
south.
We were supposed to be in Naples.
Jersey, July.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very cool. No, we got there. It was good.
Each one across the
Nice, man.
Yeah.
It was all. Yeah, otherwise it wasn't bad.
It was good.
So,
Saturday.
there was an art show. I don't know what we were doing.
He was going to be in
The
Sarasota.
pro golfer's name's Camille. Yes. Boys class.
NIL, it's just not enough.
They had a daughter passed away. And so they have a foundation for like David's Angels or something. And so we were just literally walking up to go to that. And that's what happened. We didn't even make that. We didn't even make it into the event. Yeah, it's crazy. It's like head all the time, and you're like, okay, not good, but yeah, all right. This
I
was
remember that dog was that.
what's that?
Something fell off a closet on his him. Same thing, like he was throwing up.
Yeah.
And he had the car. He was a toddler when it happened.
Weirdest thing is he got hit right here. Well, not weird. I guess I just didn't like huge bump here, but his eye didn't hit his eye. But I guess just from all the blood, like he can't even open his eyes. So like,
Aww.
he's fine though.
You stayed home today, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's always the worst. We came home from some dinner. I forget which kid it was, but they were fooling around and fell. So they just hit their chin. And just
Stitches.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
So I was just like, bro, what happened? What's going on? Where?
Yeah.
Just like a moment of like,
Yeah. Trying to like figure
figure it out. Blood's coming everywhere.
Yeah. So there was
Someone screaming.
a babysitter or one of your kids was watching.
No, it was not even that. It was we just came home as a family.
Oh.
2 kids went to the blood room. They were fooling around a little bit. You know, you're screaming, you're pounding, you're like, what's going on?
Dude, I was talking to you guys. Do you know John Banting?
Yeah.
You know John Banting? He's a military. He is now a resident of Tequesta. He's one of my best friends. He's a case of a good shepherd. When he was running into that house, this was like a year ago, from the rain, holding his daughter Elle, like slipped. Yeah, or something happened where she fell, and she wasn't sleeping. She was awake. I think they were just like messing around. It was raining. She was completely unconscious for like a minute and a half.
Oh, that's
And
terrifying.
he's like, dude, I literally thought I killed her. Yeah, it's like it was. It's like,
I mean, I remember when Ashton was almost 2 when we moved home. And we were in Seattle. I was, carrying her, and I almost slipped on ice.
Yeah.
I mean, I caught myself, but
Yeah.
and you were literally just carrying your baby
Yeah.
and getting to it,
That happened on spring break. The
Really?
mom was carrying a baby and walking down.
Oh.
Yeah.
And luckily, she was just held on. She took it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, thank goodness. But I remember, like, after it happened, I was like, your heart's like, right? You're like, oh my gosh.
I don't even know, man.
Did you have batteries?
What's I don't trust it.
She's back.
Just chatting it up.
Ready to start? Yeah. All right, let's do this.
Stretch my legs back. Sit.
Go ahead and call today's meeting to order. 9:06 a.m., April 13th, 2026, and this is our strategic planning workshop. Lori, can I get roll call, please?
Mayor Young,
Here.
Vice Mayor Painter,
Here.
Councilmember Brandon,
Here.
Councilmember Sartori,
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve today's agenda?
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Aye. The next agenda item is communications from citizens. There are currently no citizens in the audience today, so we will move on to our first and only agenda item, 2026-2027 Village of Tequesta Strategic Planning Workshop. Jeremy, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Similar to what we've done the last 3, 4, maybe even 5 years, we get together for as long as it'll take, I guess, today, usually set 9 to say 2-ish. Somewhere in the middle we'll take a break, and we will also prioritize and rank these. Hopefully prior to the break and during that break we'll score these and then come back for discussion. But our plan for today is to review our vision, our mission statements, our core values, discuss the strengths and weaknesses, opportunities, threats, kind of do a quick SWOT analysis that staff has done, review and discuss council priorities, really review the strategic 25-26 plan, and then what a 26-27 will look like. We'll prioritize this initiatives, discuss the roles and responsibilities on how to get there, and then ultimately in the next month or so we will adopt these. I've had a lot of good discussions leading up to this. There was a questionnaire that was sent out to council. Through that we had discussions back and forth, and so I've developed some initiatives or the plan so we can have discussion on it. This plan is your guys' plan, it's not my plan. And so if you want something changed, it doesn't look right, this was my attempt to summarize the conversation, to summarize where we are. Obviously we can change these things. This is what we want the village to look like when it grows up, so to speak. And so if there's things that we think we should add or subtract from this plan, we can do that. Did give you 2 scoring sheets. One I guess you can do as kind of a rough draft, and then we'll turn the final one in when we do the scoring. From that, just kind of kick off in our strategic plan, in our documents, hangs on my wall. We have our values that that we hold dear. This helps kind of shape kind of our core values. These are our core values, and it shapes what we do on a daily basis. And then everything kind of funnels into our vision and our mission. And then we have some pillars that we have in this particular year. In the 25-26 year, the 4 pillars were fiscally responsible government, community appearance, character, and identity, municipal infrastructure, and operational excellence. So those are everything that we should do. All of our contracts, everything that we do should fit into one of those 4 pillars as we make decisions. And I just kind of summarize, you guys have these in the backup, so I won't go word by word, but operate a fiscally responsible government, protect community appearance, character, and identity, improve municipal infrastructure and level of service. And so as we move to kind of did a SWOT analysis. You guys can tell me if we're off or we missed something. But typically when you do these strategic plans, you kind of want to know what your strengths, your weaknesses are. So in our strengths, what do we want to protect? Because those are our strengths. Those are the things we do really well. What are our weaknesses? What must we fix? Opportunities, where can we grow? And then for threats, what risks do we need to plan for? So just some of our strengths that we've identified, strong community identity engagement, desirable coastal location, quality of life, stable residential base, professional staff and governance, high level of public safety and services, quality of parks and recreational services. And I've said this a lot, said it even at our Residence Academy. The Village of Tequesta offers a really unique level of service where we're one of the only municipalities in Palm Beach County, one of 9 really, that have their own police, fire, and water services. Very proud of that. Gives us the control to provide those services at the level that we want to provide them. Some of our weaknesses: limited revenue diversity. We're 61% homestead properties, and so we're kind of a bedroom community. We do have a small organizational capacity, which doesn't leave for a lot of succession planning. When we lose somebody, it's kind of hard to fill those type of roles. But I mean, that's the it's the way we've always been. So but that is a weakness of our organization. Aging infrastructure needs, and I know this council and previous council has done a really good job of trying to get back to where hopefully in the future this will be a strength for us. Limited space for economic development, technology, modernization gaps, and housing affordability challenges. Where I lost my slides. I know why. So one of the things when we talked about our weaknesses, I wanted to add a slide in here, or a couple slides really, talking about, and I don't really want to get too much into a budget conversation unless the council does, but we talked about, and I showed a slide last year in our presentation that really talked about the leveling off. We didn't have any new projects coming online, and so that was really going to change our trajectory on some of the things that we can do moving in the future. And that's really what homestead exemptions and Save Our Homes is really about. So if you look at kind of our history, we had certificate of occupancy for the Osprey building, then we had the Sea Glass, Starbucks, Mastriani, the condo building, Reserve came online, a big portion of the Reserve. Really what you want to look at is your key dates. What's going to be built by those key dates? And they're always January 1, they take a snapshot. What's built? So if something doesn't get CO till January 2nd, it doesn't come online till the following year. And so as we kind of look at where we are right now, just as the property value on their website, on our dashboard, we're looking at a 4.21% increase, which is one of the lowest since I've been here, except for the first year or two. So right now, they only have us projected at $94 million taxable value. If you look at what we had in the past, I mean, you can see it was significantly more. And each of those percentages applied based on the base value. So you can see like, oh, you're 11%, it's 161, but it was based on the previous year's base value. And so those are the numbers that we pulled straight from the appraisal district. But just really to set the temper some expectations as far as our revenue assumptions, and hopefully this is we have until the appraisal district has until June 1st, so hopefully this goes up, but we are seeing only a 4.21% increase in that. Couple of things as we just kind of look forward to the next couple of years, we do have the Reserve coming online with another building, hopefully is the one that's out there. That'll be captured hopefully before January 1, 2027. Estimated property tax to the village, additional $20,000. Golf course phase 1, you guys have seen that and approved it. This is the outhouse, or what are they, the safe home, or whatever the word, we didn't like it out there. What do we call it? Halfway home, or halfway house out there. And also the maintenance yard, estimating $5 million, so your additional tax revenue would be $32,000. The Reserve, they have 4 other buildings that they're planning right now. It might be a little ambitious to think that they'll get done in 20 months with the new 4 buildings, but they do have a new owner of those properties that are looking to move a little faster and do all the buildings together. So that's what our projection is. And then of course the Swan property, estimated at $10 million, is 8 properties, 8 homes, basically $1.25 million per home, $60,000. And then the golf course phase 2, it's kind of a guesstimate at this point because we haven't seen their plans, but 32 months. I know they came in, I think they said anywhere from 24, 28 months. So that's kind of the time frames for some of those projects. Some of the opportunities that we have, obviously some strategic redevelopment, infill, the overlay districts that the council set out and what we want those areas to look like, the regional partnerships and shared services, grant funding and resiliency programs, smart government, digital services, trying to really take us, see if there's some technologies that will make us more efficient as we move in the future, and then environmental initiatives and expanded community engagement. Some of the threats, climate change and sea level rise, obviously you guys know some of the stormwater stuff that we have really taken on the last couple of years, economic vitality and inflation, State and county legislations. As you guys know, there's been several bills that have been challenging home rule, including some of the stuff with the county and future annexation that the village may be able to do or won't be able to do. Workforce recruitment and retention, infrastructure and utility pressures, and then regional impacts. Just to kind of take a break, is there any thoughts or discussion just based on the SWOT analysis, or I can just plow through if you guys want?
I say keep going.
I'm good.
Can I just have clarification, one quick thing? On the SWOT, the weakness, the technology modernization gaps, what do you mean by that?
Well, say that one more time, sorry.
Weakness under the SWOT, the technology modernization gaps, what do you mean?
Yeah, I think, over time, there's technologies and things that have changed that makes it, some governments have taken on that we haven't done. We haven't upgraded some of our technology. So that when I think of those, I think there's some weaknesses that if we had some funds or we had the ability to do that, we could stand up some of those technology modernization gaps. So
Managing the Village of Tequesta government side of things?
yes,
Okay.
yeah. Well, maybe. I mean, if there's easier way and so yes, it's kind of both ways, but if there's easier things for our residents to be able to, we obviously have online permits, but there are services that the citizens can get into online, that might be some things that we can look at in the future. So this next part is really my interpretation of how our conversations went, and so to me, there's a lot of common themes that that came up in those discussions, and this is kind of the summary of these. I put together slides based on each of those questions or the results of those. Some of these may have had 2 or 3 people say the same thing. I didn't capture it that way. I just said, based on the comments. So, for example, not this slide, but for an example, top priorities. These were all the ones that were listed. There might have been somebody that also put parks or also put public safety. I only listed it once, but from what council gave me, the top, and if I miss any, we can have that discussion, but top priorities were public safety, patrol and proactive policing, trained medical staff, water, efficient delivery and affordable rates, infrastructure, maintain areas, lighting, cleanliness, parks, Tequesta Park Remembrance Park Phase 3 were the 2 common ones when we talked about the parks. Taxes, continue public education on property tax reform, asset and facilities, maintain infrastructure facilities, the village gateways, health, safety, and welfare focus. Merging issues and opportunities, taxes and revenue, Tequesta Park as an opportunity, PFAS, and then mobility plan and some of the safety things we have built into that. Some of the initiatives or transformative initiatives that the council had some discussions with me about is connectivity, just really trying to provide new sidewalks. I know the focus has been on, really trying to maintain the sidewalks that we have, and so we budget every year for $170,000 worth of sidewalks. This particular initiative was really tied to our mobility plan, and we have some things in there with connectivity, connecting Seabrook to Riverside, or some sidewalks that maybe on the north side of Tequesta Drive, and there's some other ones, Dover Road, and so the discussion was really about, can we do new sidewalks just to really provide more connectivity within the village. Tequesta Park was considered a transformative initiative, village gateways, and tree plantings. Fiscal responsibility, planning for revenue reductions, non-ad valorem assessments, Tequesta Park funding, and sustainable budgeting and long-term financial stability. Infrastructure and capital projects, these were a list of some: Tequesta Park, Old Dixie, the facilities, some flood mitigation projects, ensure physical sustainability, master facilities plan, and then PFAS removal projects. Community character and quality of life to really focus on, village gateways, which include County Line and Old Dixie, the tree plantings, parks Phase 3, and then expanded golf cart utilization if the village can look at some of those projects. Operational excellence, improve efficiency while maintaining levels of service, reach out to new residents to build relationships. Ultimately, I think everybody was somewhat, pretty happy with our level of service and operations. Obviously, if there's some things that we can tack on to some of these other initiatives, we will. Policy and legislative issues, I think everybody was on board with really home rule and, the concern with property taxes, wasn't concerned about, the county awareness on initiatives and trying to hopefully get municipalities in tune with the county on what they're doing and try to tie it into what's important for us as well. Building department oversight and private provider compliance. The building, you guys know the new law that came in for the building department. That was a concern and part of the discussion that I had with council. Additional ideas, maintain village resident relationships, avoid restrictive HOA style environment, and align strategic plan with community survey. And you guys all got the results of that, and so that could be a part of this discussion as well. The next steps will be to confirm council priorities, align the community survey, develop goals and objectives, and create measurable initiatives, and then prepare the final strategic plan. Any questions with that? Anybody wants? The next step for me is I'm going to, and so if we want to stop and take a break, we have our pillars, which I was able, based on what the initiatives that I've come up with based on our conversation, kind of fit them into 3 buckets. And so I put together some initiatives, some you've seen before on this plan, but also maybe a couple new initiatives based on the discussion.
Council, any comments or questions? I have one question. So you listed some initiatives that aren't on here. When do you want us to kind of consider if we're going to add stuff to the draft list that we have?
Let me go after this next plan, because then you'll see. I basically have highlighted those ones that are on your guys' scoring list, and it has maybe a couple more bullet points to it, so we can go through those and do that. So. Really, everything should fit into these 3 buckets, right? Operate a fiscally responsible government, which means sustainable funding, long-term planning, reduce the resilience on ad valorem taxes, and align capital investments and fiscal capacity. So most of those key words you guys are hearing through that discussion that I had with council. And so this is one of those initiatives that are in this particular bucket, non-ad valorem assessment. Those come in a couple different ways. You see them with water projects or sometimes stormwater. You can look at it with roads and even fire service. I think all the conversation that I had, everybody was pretty on board with looking at alternative funding sources and diversifying our revenue sources. This is one of those options, is looking at non-ad valorem assessment. We would have to bring somebody in to do that study and to provide that nexus analysis for us. Typically, with legal and everything included with the study, it's about a $75,000 process. It takes somewhere anywhere from, we'll say, 1 to 12 months. And so typically you'd be looking at, as a lead, like a finance, fire. If you want to do like a roads assessment, that'd be public works that would lead that. The other one that fit into this category was our future master facilities plan, which at the next workshop you guys should be getting that plan for that we asked a consultant to come in, Solomon Associates, to do a space study for us, and then we have a couple things in there which includes out there at the utility plant and bringing a long-term plan for a building out there at the facilities, at the utilities plant. So that was an initiative that was part of that. The next category would be protect community appearance, character, and identity. That'd be enhancing public spaces, improve village gateways, preserve character, and improve environmental sustainability. Some of the initiatives that are built into that one, Tequesta Park redevelopment. That was a big topic of conversation. As you guys know, we had our consultant come in and kind of give us an update on that. Since that meeting, what was that, week and a half ago, we developed, an estimated cost, 8 to 9 million. In that conversation I had as an update with our consultant, he did say that he's going to look at trying to put this in phases, but the more phases we have, the more cost it is. So he said, if we're looking at $8 or $9 million, we have 4 phases, and we might be looking at $11 or $12 million, depending on the time of the phases and depending on, the size of those, because obviously the longer you stretch it out, the more, the inflation and cost will go up. So, Remembrance Park Phase 2. The other part to put into this redevelopment is we also need to make sure that we do have, staff has put together some estimations, but right now we're in $150,000 a year maintenance. If we do put this plan together and actually make it work, we will have to talk about what it's going to cost to maintain the park at that level of service. Right now we're at estimates, depending on if we can do it in-house, hire some staff, somewhere in the $350,000 a year range for contracting it all out. You're in the $500,000 to $600,000 range, depending on what the bids come in. So there will be some additional costs just on the operational side, even if we do this initiative. Remembrance Park Phase 2, same conversation with maintenance, but that has been on our strategic plan for the last 2 years. The desire of council at the time was to see how Phase 1 has come out. Obviously, the cost that is associated with maintenance and staffing, and then see how the community reacts to it, how well it's received. And so we do have that was brought up in our discussions. The next step for that would be the design. We're estimating $125,000 based on the estimated cost that we got 2 years ago, which was roughly about $1.2 million was the estimated cost for that portion of the park. The next one that was part of discussion was Remembrance Park Phase 3. We estimated this whole thing to be this whole phase, which is the part that's adjacent to the part that we just annexed. It's actually a retention pond. We estimate it to be right in the ballpark of $500,000. In our last discussions with the developer of that, or the owners of those parcels, they've agreed to pay $125,000 matching if the council want to pay $125,000 to do some work out there. Won't get the whole thing done, but I think with some trees, obviously some sod, some plantings, maybe some of the trail. I mean, we haven't really phased that phase out yet, but they have agreed to do $125,000 if the village would contribute $125,000. Gateway beautification, as you guys know, we just approved the work authorization and then the agreement with the county to provide some beautification. The next step was design. Ultimately, that project's a $450,000 project, 6 to 8 months to complete. So that was an important initiative that was brought up in the discussions, and obviously with council prior through some approvals. Environmental initiatives. These were I think the EAC came to the council, I'm going to say 6 months ago, just to take a good guess at it. And they had some initiatives they wanted the council to consider in the future. So these probably not new for you. One of them has changed a little bit. I'll go over that. But the EAC wanted the council to continue to keep tree planting in the horizon. The mangrove restoration rebate program, and so they've changed both of these really. The mangrove restoration rebate was they wanted to they wanted to ask the council to structure some funding that would be very similar to our tree rebate program. So if somebody that planted some mangroves in the water, that the village would reimburse them, just like what we do with some kind of rebate or credit or 50-50 share to rebate them for planting mangroves. Same thing with hazardous materials rebates. What they wanted to do was do a hazardous materials event where people could come drop off hazardous materials, and then we'd have to hire a company to do that, and then the company would take it up to SWA up the road. You see some communities that do that occasionally. especially in areas that are pretty far away from that SWA site or that just drop-off site. Because we're pretty close, I think the EAC has kind of conceded that fact that it may not be beneficial for us to hire somebody to come in at $20,000, $30,000 to run that event. So what they wanted to do was some kind of rebate program. If somebody went up, took their hazardous materials up to SWA, they brought it back, brought their acknowledgement or receipt or some validation that they did drop off, that the village would credit them, gift card $25 or something, just to, I guess, incentivize people from taking that instead of dropping it down our stormwater drains or disposing it on the roads. So those were some environmental initiatives that they wanted the village to consider, see how that they rank on priority. You guys could, if you guys want, spread those out on your guys' scoring. If you guys wanted to take each one of those individually, I think I have done that on your guys' scoring. And so, unless you guys want to put those all back together, improve municipal infrastructure and level of service, enhancing mobility and safety, connectivity, maintain high quality level of service, and improve resilience and reliability. Some of the things that were on there is the stormwater resilience. Obviously from a funding standpoint, I think we're on the right track. We're still a little behind on our funding, but we do have a list of projects that we have put together, and if this was a high priority, we bring those back, we workshop those, and bring those back. But they're prioritized by staff and our consultants based on the highest need for the village. And so, if stormwater resilience is a high priority for you, you guys would basically be putting a score to that, a high score to it based on, we just need to get projects going, and we need to make sure we're allocating the proper number of funding for that and make sure it's a priority. As you guys know, we already pulled some money from the general fund, from the water utility tax that goes toward this. And so that would be kind of the priority, right? To keep funding at a higher level so we can keep moving through that. Water infrastructure, very similar. There's a number of projects, so to list every one of them out on here for water infrastructure, we might be selling it short, because you don't necessarily have to pick one over the other. But if water infrastructure and the PFAS regulation that's coming by the EPA is an important initiative, you guys would score that one high. We have a list of projects. You guys have seen those. We continue to report on our progress for those. And so you'd be scoring the water infrastructure and those projects as a high priority to make sure the staff continues to move at the rate that we're moving, if not higher, faster. Transportation mobility planning, improve the safety and mobility. We did that mobility plan not too long ago. And there was a list of projects that came out of there. There was some safety and mobility, there was some traffic calming, there was connectivity, and then there was also this, the bigger project, which had some smaller projects tied in, but this parks to beaches project, which also had some smaller projects, but then there was that, let's widen the sidewalks, 10-foot sidewalks. So most of the discussion, and if I'm wrong, you guys can correct me, most of the discussion was really centered around, looking at this plan, try to keep it moving, but on a smaller scale. Safety, mobility, traffic calming, some of those things, which hopefully will tie into some of these bigger projects. And so that's how you're scoring that one, based on how we've ranked some of those projects in there. So I had an extra slide. I can go over it real quick just to be done with it, but I know there was a lot of discussion about trying to diversify our revenue. And there's only the state only allows limited ways to charge for services. And so as we go through this, you'll see that we already kind of do most of these. So obviously our ad valorem, it's governed by the statutes. Non-ad valorem assessments, that's the special assessments we talked about, and that's part of one of our initiatives here to discuss. We do not currently do that. The user fees and service charges, we do these for most or some of our things. So like recreation programs, we have some programs we charge for. And so we already have some of these on the books. There are some things that if we really start getting into loss of property tax, we'd have to really consider some of those charges for service. That's how that would change. I don't know that we need to go there yet. Impact fees, we charge to new development. So you'll see that, maybe in the past where we had some new development come in, we were able to capture, like Sea Glass, we were able to capture some impact fees for that. When you have some redevelopment, you don't necessarily get a lot on impact fees because if you have units that you have 40 units over there and you go down to 38, there's no new impact to the community, so you're not seeing impact fees. Now, if you have 40 units and you go to 60, there's obviously an impact, and we'll be able to collect some impact fees. We have Parks and Rec, police, fire, roads, and the county collects the impact fees, and then they usually distribute that throughout the county on some of those roads and development impacts. Some other ones, local option taxes. These are state authorized, and so we already have some of these, but you'll know that like the local option sales tax, that was the discretionary one that's built through the county, and that one has sunsetted. Tourist development tax, that's a county tax. Local gas taxes, the way that those work is that you have all your lane miles. There's a formula with lane miles and population. The county receives all of those, and then they distribute to municipalities based on your lane miles, and so it's proportional to the size of your community. Franchise fees, we do charge these for utilities, and then fines and penalties. You guys know, we already allow for those. They must follow due process requirements, and then intergovernment revenues, we already have those as well. So we're very limited on what the state allows us to collect on. There's nothing new and shiny out there that we've really heard from, and I know municipalities all over Florida have had discussions and what we're going to do if property tax is lost to be able to maintain the level of service. We'll continue to have those discussions if they come to fruition, but at this point I think we're doing well with where we're at as far as fees and some of the diversification that we have. Like I said, mostly we're a small community, bedroom community. 61% is property taxes. Some of the other part is distributed by intergovernmental revenues and some of the sales tax stuff. With that, you have my presentation, and I turn the floor over. This is where hopefully, because we're in a workshop format, it's a very good discussion. Anybody has anything they want to discuss, now would be the time. But hopefully this document helps guide staff on future decisions when it comes to budget and where you guys want to go.
Thank you, Jeremy. And like Jeremy said, this is a more informal workshop, brainstorming. Like anyone, just feel free to speak up and chime in. Jeremy, what do you suggest the best way to tackle this? I was thinking we can go through each of the goals, ask questions about any of the initiatives, and see if there's any initiatives that council wants to add.
That sounds good. I think that's
Okay. So we'll start with operate a fiscally responsible government. I'll kick it off. I have some questions on the non-ad valorem assessment. So is this going to consider and inform us of all our potential different assessment fee options, or are you just going to do it for fire?
So we already have a non-ad valorem for stormwater. I apologize, I did say we don't currently do it, but we have a non-ad valorem for stormwater. Really, the two options that you have, and we have to be very careful because really the two is fire and road to be the two that we probably most consider. The problem with roads at this point is that we've already done some roads, and so when you charge a non-ad valorem assessment, it has to be proportional shared to what value they're getting out of it. So if I've already got a road out in front of my house, it's kind of hard to charge that resident for that road. So we'd have to really look at it, obviously have a consultant look at those. But those are the two big ones that would be considered if we wanted to go down that route, which would be roads and then fire.
And then remind me, can't,
You can't do it for police services, so.
correct, that's a state
Yeah.
thing. For our refuse and recycling, isn't that one that could be an assessment as well? I feel like we've talked about that in the past on why we haven't switched to that, but I can't remember.
Yeah, I think that is one that you could do. It's a non-ad valorem assessment. I mean, that's something you can consider, yeah.
And then if there's, assuming that we don't end up having any major property tax reform, would we be lowering the millage rate if we were to bring on an assessment fee or fees?
That would be the goal. So, like an example, if you were going to do, we'll just say roads for an example. If we wanted to spend $1 million in roads and we could charge, and we have to get a consultant to confirm this, but if we wanted to charge everybody their fair share of that $1 million for roads every year, right now we take roughly $880,000 out of the general fund, and so in theory you could lower the taxes by that amount that you get. So $1 million off taxes, you can lower the tax rate by 0.5 or and I'm just throwing numbers out there, don't quote me on it, but you could lower the tax rate by 0.5, but then you would be charging a special assessment to the residents of 0.5. So that's the trade-off. So that way, if property tax does have a problem in the future, you're still charging that, and so why there's a trade-off there.
So could, if we went from, say we added one or more assessment fees, depending on someone's assessed value for their ad valorem, could they actually be paying more and or less than what they currently pay via property tax?
Yeah, so that's exactly right. So there are, if you do a fire assessment, or we'll just stay with a road assessment, and if somebody currently is paying, and I'd have to break down the budget, but if all the residents in theory, because of our public works expenditure, is paying, 1.1 mils for public works and the road services, and the ad valorem assessment comes out to where it's, a non-ad valorem assessment, it might be $1,000 per resident. But is that more or less than what you're paying as a 1.1 mil for that service? And so for the high property values, 1.1 mils, and I'm just throwing out numbers, 1.1 mils might be $10,000. And so now they're only going to pay $1,000 for that same service. Or on the other side, if you have a very low property value at 1.1 mils, you might only be paying $600. Now this non-ad valorem assessment, you're paying $1,000 because everybody has to pay the exact same across the board. It's one fee, $1,000, and that would offset by a millage rate, whatever that number is. So some people may win, some people may lose, but in theory, if you just think philosophy and how it all works, everybody's paying the exact same amount for the same service that they're providing. Versus right now, it's proportional based on values, right? And so depending on how you look at government as a whole or how you look at taxes, that's the trade-off.
Okay, so just something to keep in mind. It sounds like Jeremy has
So-
a common theme.
It's early. Because those are assessment fees and they have to be evaluated by a consultant based on what it would be pertaining to fire or roads, how often do you have to reassess and pay for that? Like, you don't do it once and then it's there for 10 years.
No.
The
So
property tax has its formula every year, so how often would we have to pay for that consultant to reassess?
So there's a state statute, and I talked to Jupiter, I'm trying to remember what he said, but those non-ad valorem assessment, the original study is good for like 3 years. What they do is they give you that study, and you can plug numbers in every year, so if salaries go up or you're buying a truck, you can plug numbers in, but every 3 years, and I believe it's 3 years, don't quote me,
So a few
but
years.
every 3 years you have to come back and do that assessment again if you're changing that value of that assessment. So if you want to go to $1,200 assessment, you're going to need to come back after 3 years and do that again.
It's similar to this, the water rate.
Yeah, right. Typically, water, we establish those rates every 5 years, except for now that we did that $10 capital charge. The council's agreed to do it every 3 years, and so we are working on bringing that back to you guys in the near future. So a perfect example would be fire, right? Like, and I can almost get together pretty good numbers with that. Right now, the average citizen pays 1.4 mils for service. And so you calculate that by your property value, whatever that is, 1.4 mils. And that roughly raises roughly $3.5 million, give or take a little bit. So this assessment would go through and they would say, all right, everybody in the village is going to try to make up this $3.5 million. So every resident would pay, $1,500 to make up this $3.5 million. And so you, looking at your 1.4 mils, if you calculate it times your property value, are you paying more or less than that $1,500? Some people only have $300,000 property value because of homestead exemption or whatever, or just the value of their home is going to pay less than $1,500. Some people who has a $5 million home, they're going to be paying more than $1,500. And so that's the example, because that's pretty real with our fire. And that's why, we look at 1.4, and I think that's offset by the reason why it's that low is because we're offset with some of the revenue that we get from JIC and the county and some of that in the EMS charges. And now remember, with fire services, you can only charge for fire service. You cannot charge for EMS services. So your rates for EMS services should help cover your costs for those EMS services. Our budget for fires, $4.8 million, but we can only cover, there's a revenue portion there, which is why I gave $3.5 million, but of that last $3.5 million, you can't offset EMS services. So it's complicated. That's why we had to have a consultant come in and do that analysis for us. But if we really start getting into loss of property taxes and we want to keep the level of service with our fire department or our roads, this is the direction that I would recommend. And I know that we've had this discussion and people, I know it's been come up, like we need to look at our additional options. This is going to be the one that every municipality is already talking about. Even when I reached out to this consultant, they said that they were getting calls from almost every municipality in the state of Florida.
So do you think this is necessary to go down this road if there ends up not being any property tax reform?
No. I think there's some value to still doing it, but I don't know if the value outweighs, spending $75,000 at this point. It's one of those things we should keep in our pocket. I think it's important. I don't know that it's never been important for us to have this non-ad valorem assessment. I think it's been talked about in the past, but we've never done it. There are some benefits, but at this point, if there's no property tax reform, it's kind of one of those things. Is it really that important to us, or is there something broken for us at this point? And I would say, I don't think so.
I just think the education piece alone is so difficult to get everyone to understand it. That unless we have to do it right now, I wouldn't rush it. It's gonna create some waves anytime there's an additional fee, whether or not they're winning at the final outcome or not. There's going to be confusion. So.
Right, and then at the end of the day, I think as of now, we still don't know when the estate is going to be discussing finalizing the budget and the property tax reform. So
do we know
we
the
could do a
latest
wait.
that could be, like the latest time that could be? When?
It has to be before June, doesn't
right?
it?
July, I don't know. That one's different because it's going to go on it has to go on the ballot. And so what they're trying to do, it would have to be before July 1st because they have to pass the bill that allows it to go, and it has to be signed by the governor on July 1st. But then it has to go to the courts. And so I think if it's passed by July 1st, they can still get it on the ballot for November, from what I understand. Okay. So July 1st would be the latest. But I don't think there's any time frame for setting another meeting at this point or another legislative session for that, although there's been talks of it. So
And then it seems, you know, at the end of the day, if we had to pivot, we could always still do this and take it from
Yeah, that's
reserves
fine.
instead of committing it to the strategic plan, since it's more of a wait and see, not one of our long-term.
Yeah, go ahead. I think that's something we need to keep like present, but not to pull the trigger at this point yet. I mean, I think we might come back and have a different discussion in August, or December. But I think this is something that's very interesting. I think it's going to be we will be a divided village. You will have people on the west side of the bridge paying a lot more than people on the east side of the bridge, or not paying as much. I think you'll see a shift. So you'll have Tequesta Gardens, you'll have our rental properties, you'll have our smaller homes. I think this is going to be something that I think while it might be necessary and it's probably the most fair and equitable way, I think there'll be a tremendous amount of pushback. So I need to keep it as an option, I feel, but not elevate it to action at this point.
And just a fun fact, I know you had a comment, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I attended the final Residence Academy, and this assessment fee, you know, via hiring a consultant was on their budget, and I think almost everyone didn't do it. Like they all removed all the residents. Just so you know, I mean, like I said, I do take that budget exercise every year we do the strategic plan. I take that into mind, what I heard from the residents at the final academy class.
From a philosophical way, I love it. I think it's a great way for more transparency, specifically over the cost going to the specific service. I think it as similar to health insurance. My health insurance, I pay the same as my coworker, even though they might have more service that they receive. But as a group, we were all paying the same. And I think that kind of fits well in with fire service. It's kind of an insurance product. And so I agree that there is education that would be, and there would be some that pay, in theory, their taxes might go down on an annualized basis. But I think that is where this is appropriate to do that for something like that. So I get the idea of we're not being forced to do it in the world of coming down from the state. But I do think from a long-term perspective of really treating services in the right area, to me, I think the non-ad valorem for fire and even streets, more fire than streets, I think makes a lot of sense from a philosophical way. So I'll be in favor of it. Just kind of trying to get ahead of it, but I understand that does create.
Well, yeah, I guess that's a question, is if we did just hold off, I mean, you just said you'd reached out to one consultant and he or she was already
Getting behind.
Yeah, are we gonna be in a position where if we don't pull the trigger now or soon, and come July, August, we do, are we just gonna be so far behind because we can't even get someone available to do the
So my opinion with this is that, you know, if you guys wanted to move forward with this, you know, the first step is do the analysis. You know, could be up to 12 months to do it.
and that's the
The other-
75,000.
Yeah. So the other part of this is that, you know, I think, you know, and it'd be up to you as the council, but I think if there's a property tax reform between now and July 1st, like we'll probably have to come back to the table and reprioritize all of these things. Like, I mean, so
Very
this
true.
could all of a sudden be number one when we come back and prioritize. And, you know, if we have parks, you know, that we want to move forward with $1 million park, maybe if we're losing property tax, that doesn't become a priority for us anymore. So I think we'll have to come back and have that discussion, but that'll be at the discretion of council. So it could change what you just asked me, Patrick, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, depending on what that looks like, we may have to really try to push that forward faster.
I think, I mean, for this one, I understand what you're saying, Councilmember Stone. It is more like, I guess you can say, an equitable distribution, right, of the burden. But I think, for lack of a better term, optics are important here. Because I think what you said, Councilmember Satori, is it's going to be a lot of education, or maybe you said that, Vice Mayor. Like, people aren't going to understand what that means. And in light of all the property tax reform discussions, if we start discussing this too, like, it might look a little knee-jerk. It's going to confuse a lot of people. You know, I think the timing is going to be really critical with this too, especially if we do decide we want to go forward and we want the community buy-in on that. So that's why I'm kind of like, maybe let's just wait and see. And like I said, if there is some major reform, we're gonna meet again anyways, right, to go through this. But then it leads me to my other question. It sounded like Jeremy did hear a common theme from council that we want to try to diversify our funding sources. So if we don't do this, Jeremy, what are other options to do that or achieve that goal?
To diversify our revenue sources.
Yeah.
We're pretty limited. We can
That's
charge.
what's the problem.
We can charge some, we can look at all of our fees that we charge for certain things. I mean, everybody's talking about, I know other municipalities talk about, obviously inspection fees and, talk about, what we're charging for services for rec. Facility charges. There's some different things, but most of what we're going to be talking about is user fees, right? So, and it's going to be pretty limited. Most of what we're going to be talking about is how to reduce expenditures.
Can we do a non-ad valorem that it doesn't cover 100% of the cost?
Yes.
Meaning we take the average portion of the value of the homes and get that in there, that dollar amount, that will affect pretty much everybody the same dollar amount, and then make the difference using.
Yeah, you can.
Just to get it in the
like
system.
Jupiter, when they did their non-ad valorem assessment for fire, I think they're only charging like 15% of the max that they can charge because they have the revenue in their funds to be able to offset those costs that it was going to cost for fire. So yes, you can charge whatever percentage you want that it comes out at.
Because I think you could probably match it, increase the ad valorem, but then reduce the millage.
I think you're still going to be in the same boat. There's still going to be people that are going to have to pay more. It could be less. You could mitigate some of it, but there's still some.
There always
be
be
more.
yeah.
So when we go to rank this on here, because it says just the wording, it says non-ad valorem assessment, and it doesn't specifically say just the analysis. Should we, and I'm asking you guys, should we put on there an extra bullet where it just says analysis to rank, whether we just start with that to see what it even be? Or do you want us to actually go for it? Either we're all in or not.
This would be just for the consultant study. And my expectation would be that they provide us multiple options on how we could approach this and look into fire, roads, and refuse and recycling as well.
Yeah.
All three. And if there's anything else we're forgetting, which I don't
You're
think
adding
we are.
refuse and recycling?
Well, if we're doing this, I think
That's
they
why
should look into
just-
all of our
I'm
options.
making notes so that way when we go to rank them, I know what I'm ranking. Okay.
I would agree. I think you look at all the different assessments you could potentially do and have them come back with a, I think it just provides more knowledge for us to make a better decision.
Is that 75 or approximately 75 based on just roads and fire, or can we throw?
That was one that was based on when I asked them for a fire analysis. I don't know if they can give us a high level for what you guys are asking for, like what's our best plan, and I don't know how they'll break that up, but I can have that discussion with them. I was also thinking, as you guys are talking about how to break that up, like should we put a bullet point for fire assessment and then put a bullet point for roads? Like which one would you want to go? And if it's just like first, let's get an analysis and see what they think, or do you guys want to break them up? And so that would be a discussion for you guys, so that way you can prioritize it.
How would this appear? Would it be like on a tax bill? Would it be separate, like assessment for fire, assessment for roads? Okay, so it's not like a lump sum. Okay.
That creates more transparency.
Yeah,
That's why
no,
I
I
like it.
like that. Yeah.
What is it if we were to go down this route? What does the timing look like from having the consultant provide us their analysis with the different options to public notice to, this isn't anything that has to go, does it have to go on the ballot or no?
No.
None of this would. So, like, what will that process look like from start to finish?
I have all that. They've sent me a proposal, which is how I got to 75,000. I can pull it up, give you a ballpark. If you want to keep talking, it could take me a second. I haven't looked at it in a while.
I think it'd be helpful for us to understand
Yeah.
like what that whole process from a timing standpoint too. Because I'm not I'm not in favor of this, but I'm not in favor of doing it right away. Like I said, I might want to just hold off. Yeah, get information, educate ourselves, like basically be set up to pull the trigger right away if we need to. But yeah, just like, I hate to be like wait and see, but again, like I said, the time with everything and the public perception, like we just need to be really smart about that. And something that while Jeremy's looking for the consultant information, I don't know if this goes under operate a fiscally responsible government or if we would keep it under the infrastructure and services, but tying to the mobility plan projects, it's still technically an unknown, but the county does intend to probably put a transportation surtax on the ballot eventually. And then in light of the countywide master transportation plan, I mean, that's the whole reason they went down that road, so they are able to do a transportation surtax. I don't know, the way that surtax is divvied up, that the infrastructure had a formula that was preempted by the state. So every city just got, XYZ based on the formula. From what I understand, and this, I know Keith has this information, we can maybe have him recirculate it if anyone's interested. But I think the transportation surtax, there is no formula that's preempted by the state. That's kind of at the discretion of the county. But as we're talking about and thinking about diversifying our revenue stream, like maybe Jay, I don't know, Jay, if you have any, sorry to put you on the spot, I know you've been really involved with iPark 2.0, so I don't know if you've heard more information or plans on the transportation surtax, but we have our mobility plan in place, which I think helps with that. But then to get any surtax, like, do we have to have matching funding in place for that? Like, I don't know the logistics of that, but it's just something to think about. Not really plan for in the strategic plan, but know that might be another potential revenue stream down the road. Jay, do you have any update on that?
So the countywide transportation plan that's going on is just going to come up with projects, and then the discussion about how to fund those projects is going to happen after that's completed. So I think that is when that discussion will come up. I've been hearing, I think Jeremy too, for a couple of years that was kind of the goal of that project, was to ultimately create a transportation surtax fund. So this plan is going to come up with a lot of cool projects, and everyone's going to say, "Oh, this is awesome." I don't know what's going to be proposed yet, but I know there's some kind of big ideas being thrown around. So then once that's kind of thrown out, everyone in the county is going to say, "Well, how can we fund this?" And that's when that discussion is going to happen. And also, so we know we cannot adopt a mobility fee until after Senate Bill 180 lapses in October of 2027. That was always our plan, right? That we would do a mobility plan, then we do a mobility fee to fund those projects, but the state has kind of put a kibosh on that.
What's the collection for the mobility fee? Who collects that? How does that be collected?
The mobility fee, we currently do not collect a mobility fee.
But if we were to have one, is that just part of the valuation of the property, or is that?
It's just tied to new development. So like we have a couple new subdivisions that are in the works. So when those new homes would get built, we would then collect a fee on that, and then we could then put that towards some of these projects on our mobility plan.
So we're running out of space to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're probably a year, because I think that the deadline for the plan got extended to October, because it was July.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So, you're talking, you're a year or 2 years probably before there's any, if we know that's a possibility. But again, something just for us to know that it's out there, could happen, but nothing to bank on right now.
Correct.
When is that, remind me, from a mobility fee standpoint, I can't remember how long the SB 180 goes for.
It's October of 2027.
And then have we really workshopped the fee? And are we ready to potentially pull the trigger on that as soon as, basically October 2027?
We have a quote from the company that does most of the mobility fees around the state. It came in around $100,000. I think that might be a little bit of a way to tweak it and do some stuff in-house and bring it down a little bit. But we had been planning, when there was talk of Senate Bill 180 getting done away with this session, Jeremy and I had this in our strategic planning budget to talk to you guys about, but because it's, you know, a year and a half away, we kind of pulled it. But if council ever wants to discuss, you know, we've got a quote and we're able to discuss at a workshop if interested.
So
But there's also a risk, like, you know, is Senate Bill 180 going to get extended again? Or are they going to do another thing?
Right.
So it's kind of a risk to spend $100,000 on a study that, I mean, who knows? It could get pushed another year or two.
Isn't SB 180 still in the courts? Or did those all get dismissed?
I'd have to ask Keith on an update. I think something got dismissed, but I think some of the suits are still pending.
So the mobility fee assessment analysis, is that something that if we did it now, so we are ready to pull the trigger on that when we're able to, would that be stale at that point? Would it have to be revisited, or would that assessment from the consultant still be applicable, like say 6 months?
Yeah, some of the
Yeah.
financial assumptions might have to change based on inflation or certain costs, but they should be relatively the same.
Something else to consider, you know, is that something we want to add on here and, you know, get that assessment from the consultant done sooner or later so we are ready to jump on that as soon as possible?
You know, I'd have to talk to Keith too, because Jeremy, isn't there something in SB 180 where you can't even consider, I think you can't even consider legislation. I think that's the challenge too. You technically can't even consider legislation that's that's preempted from Senate Bill 180 until it lapses.
Well, I mean, considering legislation, is that like talking about an ordinance? I mean, if we're doing a study, is that really considered?
In a strategic study.
Yeah, I mean, how would that fall under that category? I would understand if we're maybe, you know, workshopping and doing the actual ordinance, so we're like ready to do the first reading, second reading as soon as we can. But if we're just doing a study on something, I don't know how that would fall under that category.
That's fair. Okay, we'll double check with Keith on that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, we already do a non-ad valorem assessment. So what we've talked about in the past was switching from non-ad valorem assessment, similar to what a lot of other municipalities do, which is charging their water bill. We didn't really want to do that because that, you know, increases our staff time. Right now, it's collecting non-ad valorem assessment in your tax bill.
That's what was the it was about doing a separate bill for it.
Taken out of a non-ad valorem assessment, because what happens is the discussion was, if, you know, we charge somebody $50 and they pay their tax bill, their tax bill, in theory, they get, if they pay it early, they get a discount.
Oh,
And so what happens is, like, we're charging a certain rate and we're collecting 5% less or whatever people that charge. And so there's a little bit of an offset, so sometimes we have to raise our rates that we I guess charge to waste management, or that we're going to collect, so that way we can cover that difference. And so we are ready to charge a non-ad valorem assessment for that, for stormwater, are the two that we do.
So yeah, that was discussion. I remember we ended up having to increase the percentage more than we were originally anticipating because of the loss due to people paying early. So again, I know you said from a staff cost, but has that really been analyzed though? That would that be beneficial for us to do a separate bill for that, or would it not benefit us at all?
We haven't done like a full analysis, but I mean, I don't know that we have that much of a problem. I mean, when we have had that, we've had to raise the rates. You know, I've been there 7 years. We've had to do it twice. I mean, a small amount, 20 cents or whatever that difference was. If we bring that in-house and we start charging with the water bill, we'll obviously have collection issues and things like that that we don't have today.
Okay.
And no matter what, everyone's still paying the same amount to have their trash picked up
Right.
Right, yeah, okay.
across the board. Yeah, I don't think there's a need to create another position to manage that.
No, I
Accounts
agree,
receivable.
yeah. Okay, did you find that consultant?
Yeah, I forwarded it to you guys.
Oh,
Do it so we can talk about it real quick. So the proposal in there was, and I mean, this is just, we have to do a resolution and then 120 to 180 days to do the study. So somewhere, and so you guys have the time frame, but I mean, it's all broken down, but that's why we came roughly 12 months, depending on when you started, when you do the resolution, when you establish the ordinance. But it usually needs to be established before the taxes are collected. So gave you the time frame, but they just kind of gave ranges through there.
So you could technically get implemented before the next tax season.
Yeah, if you hurried.
Yeah.
okay, any other questions or comments under operate a fiscally responsible government?
I would say the future master facilities plan. We'll talk about that.
Yep.
So right now we engaged a consultant to do our future facilities master plan. The main focus at the time when we originally started this was looking at our Bridge Road facility. We're jam-packed over there. If you guys haven't taken a tour, if you go in there, you know that we're very full over there. We house our public works and our utilities department of water distribution over there. For the longest time, even before I got here, there was always a plan to move our water distribution team over there to that plant, and we never had a admin for utilities. It was always the manager that did that, but now obviously we have a utility director, so it'd be distribution and admin would have a facility over there. So we engaged a consultant, Song and Associates, come in and do a space study for us. We have also included this building because we are at the limits. We don't have any major plan for staff expansion, but we figured if we were doing it, let's have that conversation about what the future looks like for staffing, even here at Village Hall. So part of that that'll come out of it. There'll be two parts. There's going to be one that shows. Sorry, let me go back. We also, when we first started, we were talking about Station 11 and what that would look like. Since then, through the building fund and the special law enforcement fund, we were able to update that building without really too much with the general fund. There's still a little bit of an impact to general fund. So we kind of cut that portion out of this space study, and really the only two focuses will be what this building looks like in the future and what that cost may be, because they'll give us a probable cost, and then what it will look like to move our water distribution team out there. We have also talked about, as a phase 2 approach, what it would look like to move all of our public works team out there as well, one brand new building. If we ever wanted to sell off the public works building, because that has been a discussion at one point, we'd be able to have that ability to expand over there. That council's never given me that direction to do that, but there has been discussion. So the Song and Associates has put together a a rendering of what it would look like to move both of those departments out there. And so that's what you guys will have, hopefully in the next month or so, you guys will be able to see the draft of that. And so there'll be a cost associated with both those. Right now, the next step in this process would be, assuming that, council says, hey, we want to move forward with starting the plans for a water distribution facility out there at the water plant. The construction plans would be the next step. We, initiate with the architect, and so that's why we have the estimate of $400,000 utility plans on there.
And that's that's not public works.
That would not be public works, the first step of it. If we wanted to, obviously we'd have to look at the cost, but we base the cost off of, what that building looks like, $4 million building. If we look at, it might be a $6 to $8 million building, so you might be looking at $800,000 worth of plans, but some of that would have to come out of the general fund. That $400,000 is just out of the utility fund, because it's just utilities.
What about for this building?
There's several changes, future changes that they're making to it. We have not got an estimated cost on it because it's just renovation, right? Versus, $400 a square foot, 10,000 square feet type of thing. It was easier to just kind of throw up an estimate. That's why I put the little squiggly line there. We don't really know, but that's in the next month when we bring that to council, they're supposed to put together an estimated probable cost for us.
In my mind, it makes perfect sense to move distribution and public works to that location, and then using that property and selling it for development. Whether it's done this year, next year, 10 years from now, I don't know. But I do think it makes total sense to do that.
Me too.
I don't know what is the priority, but I do think it is definitely a direction we should be headed.
Yeah, agree. And for this building too, because I think at the time all these, buildings were planned, it was the latest and greatest, design techniques, but like this building alone drives me nuts with how much wasted space is in here. And we could, probably have so many more people fit in this building too alone if it was laid out better. So I think I think we can use what we have and just update it. And I think this is important to keep on the plan.
I'm 100% agreement.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Both comments have been issued.
I especially am in favor for including public works into that, which I understand increases the price, but I think you gotta look at that too. It's a big cost.
Any other questions on this one?
Oh, yeah.
Future revenue.
Okay, that's it for fiscally responsible government. Do we want to consider adding the mobility fee assessment, or do you want, maybe Jeremy Jay can call Keith and see if it's something we can even consider and get back to us before we're over and see,
Well, the other thing is, you can put it on your strategic plan, whether we can do it legal or not. Strategic plan, it could be, not all of these we can accomplish in 1 year. So this, if it's important to you guys, want to keep it on there, we prioritize it wherever it falls. But if we can't do anything with it, it'll just stay in our strategic plan until we can do something. We'll continue to have those discussions. So
Keep it on
it's
there.
important. Let's do that, and we can obviously vet after it's prioritized and where it's at. We'll vet what we can and can't do.
okay. It might still be worth a call to Keith, because I think we might prioritize it differently if we know we can do it now, or if we have to wait. Like if we have to wait, it'll probably be, we'll leave it on the bottom just so it's on the list so we don't lose sight. But if it's something we can start now, we might want to, move it up in urgency.
I'll go call me.
Thank you. All right, moving on to protect community appearance, character, and identity. We want to talk about phase 2 and phase 3 of Remembrance Park first. Jeremy, can you remind us? I don't know if I received this information. What, for phase one of Remembrance Park, do we know what the usage is and what the annual maintenance costs are?
I mean, there's really no way to estimate or to put a number to the usage. I mean, it's used well. I mean, people are out there. We have no way of counting the people unless I wanted to put a staff member out there counting. But it's used well. It's been received well within the community. I think there was even on the the survey that we did, I think there was like 60 or 70 people. I mean, it was generally supported in that survey. That was very specific to Remembrance Park. So, in generally, it's well received. I mean, I don't know how to quantify that for you, other than my general vibe is people are receptive to it.
And the annual maintenance?
Yeah, I mean that obviously is a little bit of a moving target. A lot of the hedges have died. I mean, I know, so Doug's looking at that. Doug's taken on a lot of that maintenance through Public Works. You guys, the council had supported another half FTE last year with Public Works, and so we've been able to take that on. As time goes on, I think we're okay right now. Doug hasn't asked for any additional support. Some of that may change a little bit with Tequesta Park and maintenance and all that, but we can typically manage it with the staff that we have. So no additional requests.
What do we budget originally? Was it 60,000 for the maintenance? Didn't we budgeted for it this year, didn't we?
It was just rolled into Public Works. There wasn't like a line item for Remembrance Park. So part of it was a half to FTE, and then we did some tree maintenance. I think we added like 15,000 or something for tree maintenance, and just some sporadic costs in there. I think some utility costs. So nothing major that was like earth shattering that we can pull out or add more to. And I don't foresee it being a big cost for us moving forward. There might be some tweaks that we make, but I think we're okay.
So then even expanding, you think that Public Works will still be able to handle it in-house?
I do not think that we'll be able to do it if we expand phase 2. I think we'll have to take on some either additional staffing or additional maintenance costs. I think Public Works does an amazing job. Taking on more parks, I think would be tough.
I was actually going to circle back to that. Let's finish talking about Remembrance Park.
Yeah.
And then
I see phase 2 and phase 3 as a benefit, obviously, to the new development over there. The fact that they're willing to match is a good thing. And I think that for connectivity and use of the area, to me, it's always made sense to do that. And I think you have a little moment in time to get this done ahead of those 8 lots coming in. Potentially it could help increase the valuation to get a faster return on the investment. Just thought, there we go.
I agree with that. It ties in with the mobility plan that we had, the parks to ocean trail. I think consistently we hear from residents about passive parks, and we did put this on the burner this year, and I think they'll get it back in for the upcoming year. I think it really help with any mobility, some connectivity via sidewalks, just all those different things to really in a different way to move people from one side of the village to the other. So I am in support of keeping this on the front burner. Both 1 and 2, as Kyle just said, or 2 or 3.
I tend to go by to what I hear the most of, and people who actually go to Remembrance Park and do that loop around of Riverside to Seabrook, etc. The biggest thing I hear specifically is, when is the village going to open up that connective? Because it's all shrubbery and it's got a fence. And so I asked Jeremy, out of the 2 phases, because I very much have been sitting up here when we have to sometimes pivot or hold a phase off, which phase allows even to open that up? Because I'm looking at specifically the main thing I hear is when are we gonna connect that so they can just have access? And then my next question to Jeremy was, what does that look like for the government side? You know, it has to be a safe connectivity. So what does that look like in which phase? Because I understand it'll have to be ADA compliant and somewhat safe, and that's really where I sit, is which, from you guys, which phase is gonna allow it to be opened and accessible in a safe way? And then,
Phase 2
and then for me, everything else. But yeah, we have the matching funds, but
for phase 3.
I would be in favor of opening it and creating a safe way to travel to it, but not necessarily going full-blown development, like with the little bridge and all that.
So I think I shared this with Miss Brandon. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I remember her telling me that. Year and a half ago, we reached out to a consultant. I don't think it was driven by council, but we asked what it would cost to just open up with connectivity, and they gave us basically about half. They gave us an OPC, and it was like $500,000 of the $1.1 million. Create a path, trees, landscaping, fence on the area, like make sure that the detention and everything was stable over there. So it's about half the cost to do like a phase of a phase, so to speak.
And I say that because if the opening of the connecting of the two wasn't there, and we did something on the second half of that park, that's really silly for someone to go to it and be like, hi, can't get through. So I personally would need it to be open to some degree.
It's been a while since I've looked at this, but how the phase 2 to phase 3 connection?
There
How-
is no
It's
connection.
small.
Sidewalk.
The old
It's sidewalk.
sidewalk.
Yeah, there would be a sidewalk that would go up Riverside on that side. Currently, there's no sidewalk there.
Okay.
That would be like the future plan is how we connect those, that part.
I mean, the most compelling, obviously phase 3, the most compelling reason is you got 125 grand that may go away, you know, if we don't act on it quickly. But then you just kind of get into this, in what order do you do all this? And I agree, if you can't connect at all, it's like, almost what's the point? But
Yeah, if you don't do phase 2, you don't do phase 3.
no. Which makes
Yeah, I disagree. I think phase 3 still creates a nice open passive area for people that live on Riverside, whether it connects or not. Like, I don't think phase 3 is a lost cause if phase 2 doesn't happen. I mean, I think all of us want all the phases to happen, but I still think phase 3 is a nice passive area for people who live on Riverside.
I don't disagree with that.
It is. I just think it's silly if we can't find a way to take that fence down.
even if you don't
Which
completely
fence?
build out phase 2.
They're
The one on
the actual one, that little where they right where they
Between
connect in the middle.
Oh, between 1 and
Like literally, like you.
I literally go
People
walk up that fence and look
I know.
at the fence every time I'm there. I was like,
That's the
"It's gonna
one
be
main
that."
thing I hear about that is people say,
Yeah.
they don't say, when are you doing the bridge thing and when are you doing this? They say, when are you opening that?
Well, so it's all, even if you could just create the connection for phase 2, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the
I mean,
price.
I just want to go out there and be like.
My only
let's do it.
concern doing that is when you ever go to complete it, phase 2, are you gonna be destroying what you put down
Yeah.
and then redoing it again?
Yeah, that's why I don't want to go bananas.
Well, we still have to do all the security cameras and stuff as part of that, even if we didn't complete phase 2. Like, we would still have to do that infrastructure as well. And then how would that be impacted down the road if we phase to phase? And the matching funds for phase 3, is that strictly for construction?
As opposed to what?
Well, you said the design, the design is 50,000.
Okay, do you remember how the discussion that we had, how that was broken down? But I'm pretty sure it was all construction.
Correct, it is all construction. And another last minute thing that got kind of thrown in this, I don't think Jeremy even knows yet, but they have actually asked if they would be able to use the retention they're supposed to be using on their site and put it into the dry retention pond. So Allison and I went out there Friday and think there may be an opportunity where we have enough capacity there. We could also get them to do some improvements to the existing dry retention, which is part of phase 3 also. So there might be a scenario maybe where it's 125,000 and they do some improvements and enhancements to the dry retention, and so it could end up being a little bit more than that. But we're working on that aspect of it, kind of a last minute thing.
so cool.
All right, any other discussion on Remembrance Park phases? Nope, okay. And I wanted to ask council, because we do have public in our chambers now, I was thinking, because this is a lot to go over and to be respectful of the time for public comment, do we want to let public comment after each goal? So we can backtrack to fiscally responsible government, and then after we're done talking about the community appearance, character, and identify, we'll do public comment then? Okay, perfect. Councilmember Stone, you good with that?
I was gonna say, let's do 2 and open it up. 2.
Well, we have
There's
only have 3, so that's why I was, yeah.
Much better.
Because that did cross my mind, then I flipped the page, I'm like, we only have 3. Okay, so is there any public comment on operating a fiscally responsible government section? Okay. All right, moving on to Tequesta Park redevelopment.
So we've recently had discussions about this, so I don't know if there are questions, but I mean, ultimately, we got an appropriation from the state of Florida in the amount of $340,000. We have a matching 53% to the state's 47% to do that. So I think our total costs came in at like $264,000 that we're doing. So at the end of the day, hopefully in the next couple of months, we will have 90% construction plans for our master plan at Tequesta Park. And so we're kind of in the middle of that. The next part of it will be to see how we can break that into phases, to see if there's an apple we can bite there. And so it's just, I guess it's how high you guys prioritize it.
Any additional discussion on Tequesta Park?
Well, I know that we're down the path of getting this hopefully donated to us, and then or deeded over to us, and then we have the maintenance on that, and we've got a plan that we had lengthy discussion on last week. I would be, looking at the public comment, there's a lot of things that had to do that were on the south part of the park, the splash pad and the additional the pickleball and kind of relocating some things. So I still think if we're for me to really jump on board with this and carry this flag, I think we really need to have some type of phasing at this point, because I think that I understand the mobilization cost of doing things in phases, but I think that the baseball fields at this time are things that I think that we could hold off on. I think more people commented on the south end of the park and the splash pads and the playground and things like that. So I would like to see some type of phasing and with understanding the cost of that. I just think putting lights on a field that might just get used 4 hours a day, 4 months, 5 months a year, whereas the splash pad will be used every single day, the playground will be used every single day during the day. I just think we can get more public use and public benefit out of phasing it, focusing on the south end of the park.
Would you include the multi-purpose field in that south end, or is
Yes,
that a separate
yeah,
phase?
yes.
Okay. I don't disagree. I mean, I know there's probably a lot of people would love to see that baseball diamond, but it's a big chunk of the cost. I mean, the lights alone.
Yeah.
I assume we'd be putting lights on the multi-purpose field too, though.
That'd be the plan, yeah.
There's, to me, and I don't want to take away from the baseball area. I agree with what Rick was saying. It's just a matter of what we can afford and at what time, really.
I just think the full plan is, if the state wanted to invest the time and the resources, they would have done that. So now this is going to fall on us, and I don't see that money being available. We had a discussion this morning about ad valorem property taxes and what happens if, I think 8 to 9 million, and if it's phased 11 to 12 million, I don't know how we get that money. I think we're developing a plan that we ultimately can't execute, and that's what concerns me about doing everything but it makes sense if you're going to stick with the fields and to light it all at the same time because of that mobilization and the cost. but I just don't see I know that those fields are being used now. I think lacrosse practices on the outfield, I believe. And there are, if you look at the monthly stats in the manager's report, there are usage. People are permitting it, using those fields for other things. But I think that's what the multi-purpose field would be for. So I just think that I don't see how we can find the funding necessary to execute the complete park plan. That's just it continues to be my big concern.
Are we giving up on the idea that the state's going to add money to the park?
No, it just, it took us a year to get the plan money allocated to us.
Yeah,
And then this year, there's no cost whatsoever, so it's cost neutral. And I can see that's why it was appetizing and has received all the support. I think when it comes down to the funding, I think we're going to run into, this is just what I personally know. I have not had a conversation with anybody about it, but I think it's going to be really hard to find $8 to $12 million.
Mistake. Okay.
But I do think, in my opinion, this is the most exciting and one of the most impactful things that we're, have the opportunity to even consider. So I am fully in favor of doing, moving forward with something. But I agree, without understanding, how it gets paid for, which maybe I hate to say you don't have to think about that now because you certainly do. But it's hard to fully understand what we can and can't do. But I think this is as exciting as it gets for our village.
I think we have to aggressively consider and figure out how to fund it. I'm not against phasing. Depending on how much that does increase the cost, but I'll stand with what I said last time. Is I would almost focus on the field and the volleyball courts first because we don't really have those amenities nearby. We already have a really nice, playground and park nearby. I hear from so many people from the community that they just can't wait until these fields are improved. And, people can't even find space to play volleyball for youth sports. They're much needed for our youth, much needed. They're partnering with whoever they can right now, schools, and they're just so desperate to find the space. This will really help our businesses too. People will be coming to this park a lot more than they do now. They'll be more inclined to eat lunch in Tequesta, right? There's a lot of benefits, and we've been advocating for this park, and our messaging has been for the recreational aspects as well. So I think to not focus on that, we seem, disingenuous with our lobbying and advocating to date on this as well. We put together this great plan with our community, and I think, we deserve to work our hardest. And yes, funding's going to be a challenge, but I think we owe it to the community to really focus on it and figure out how we can get it done. I'd be interested, Jeremy, Jupiter just had a huge parks rejuvenation, if you will. They were redoing a bunch of their parks. How did they pay for it? Did they have enough in reserves?
They had money in reserves, from my understanding.
Again, which is another reason we're building up reserves, is to be able to pay for stuff like this. I think I said this last time, maybe say we pay for half and then have to do a loan or go out for a bond or whatever the case may be, having those money in reserves. This is why, it's to be able to pull off projects like this that are long overdue in our community. And, we're gonna have to prioritize, is this more important than Remembrance Park? And those are both gonna be large capital costs.
So I'd be open to looking at phases, just because we have to be realistic of how we would start this project. I personally want to stick to the master plan that was vetted through the public. And I know that was even a couple years ago now, so if anything major would have to change, I don't want to go through a full charrette again, but it would have to be very transparent. Lights, I'm not diehard on lights because there are other fields in the county that don't have lights and they do get use. But I don't know what that looks like phase-wise, if they have to be done maybe first because of the construction and this and that. So again, I can't really determine if I'm in favor of lights first or not because I would need to see construction phasing. So that way, like it was mentioned for Members Park, we don't do something and then go back and have to tear it back up. I know for a fact that when I first came on, that was one of the things that people asked is why isn't that park not cleaned up? Why is it not being used? I knew I was an advocate for that, but then I came in, I learned a lot of logistics. We didn't own it. It's in another county. We found out this is very layered. So it's exciting to see that while we can't pay for it right now, we are trying to attempt to solve the one biggest hurdle. We don't own it. So that hurdle is hopefully coming to a solution soon. I'm just saying that was a big hurdle we heard from public. It was either yes, do something, or no, we don't own it. So again, we've been trying to tackle some of the hurdles over the past few years, looking for funding. I think depending on how that hurdle develops, we can move forward with our next aggressiveness, like you're talking about, Mayor, and how to find funding. I've said it before a couple years ago, and I know it can kind of go, it can either be loved or disliked. Sometimes you have to do something because nobody else is going to do it. And it's been decades for that park to be sitting there. And so at some point, someone's going to have to do something. And it might have to be us, because Martin County's not going to do anything. The state hasn't really wanted to do anything. So someone's going to have to do something. Otherwise, it's going to sit there for decades. So I don't know where it's going to rank today, because we do have to rank these. But I'm not fully against it. It just needs to be kind of prioritized somewhere in here on a certain level. But I'm still in favor, even 10 years down the road, still in favor of looking at something doing to that park. So it doesn't sit there for another couple decades, dilapidated, such a waste of space.
For me, trying to decide what to prioritize more, Tequesta Park or Remembrance, I always think it's important to maintain what you already have.
Yep.
And so we already have this. So to me, this hasn't been a priority, and it should be. I think it takes leadership and foresight to see what is the needed and make this a priority.
Yeah. And I understand where residents are coming from on, like, you don't own it, why put money into it? But when you're looking at, let's just say, worst case scenario, and I don't think this is going to happen, knock on whatever wood you want to, but
Get out.
if it didn't, the term on this thing is so long, like, why wouldn't you still invest in it? You know, like, it's, by the time the term of the lease is over, expires,
You got your money back.
yeah, you got to redo it all anyway. So I get just like the philosophical side of why invest in something you don't own, but to me, when you have it, what is it, 50? What's the term?
50 years. I think we have we just renewed it a couple of years ago.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I'd love to say that in 50 years, everything we did to it was going to still be great, but it won't be. Playgrounds, I feel like they completely rethink how playgrounds should be laid out every 5 years. So anyway, to me, this is one of the highest priorities for me, just because I think we have such a unique opportunity with the fact that in all likelihood, this will get deeded over to us. We just inherited, if you will, a significant asset that we now can really do something special with it. So that's where I sit. I think Remembrance Park is super important too, but I think I'm with Kyle. Like, it's there. Let's improve it. It's also something, we don't have anything like this. This would be one of a kind. Like, we have playgrounds, we have all that stuff. So I'd probably put this ahead of Remembrance.
And I've said this since I've been on council. That's why I really had a different mindset about the park and who pays for it, even if we don't own it, because whether we do it or the state does it, the taxpayers are paying for it regardless, right? We pay taxes to the state too. So
Yeah.
I've always felt like we're paying for it regardless, like, all the taxpayers are. So it's really that's been my mindset through this whole process. And like you said, by the time the term's up, you got your money's worth regardless.
And you walk around anywhere in Tequesta now, there are just so many young, like really young, there's always been young families here, but there's still, there's just so much need for this park.
I've seen a bunch of senior guys
Yeah.
outside play.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
The senior softball league is
Oh, that's awesome. I didn't even know that. That's
Isn't
cool.
there a soccer one too?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
They play there or play over?
out,
Yeah.
but they'd love to come here. You think the young ones, I agree with it.
Yeah. That's true.
Our rec center is probably used by more seniors than it is.
I love that.
Okay, any other discussion on this item? Moving on to beautification of Old Dixie. Talked about this at our last workshop as well.
I think this is a health, safety, and well-being of our residents issue. Well, it's beautification. I mean, this is what we're talking about. What we just turn in the village, the turn lane. It's part of that. Okay, that's what I thought. So I think that's a health, safety, and well-being issue. I mean, that's one of the most dangerous corners per capita, and probably in northern Palm Beach County. It's used by residents and non-residents alike, but I know this is a heavy lift, almost $500,000, but I think this is something that needs to be done for the health, the safety, and the well-being of the residents. And this is the lens that I'm viewing this thing. And it's a barren stretch that doesn't look anything else like the village of Tequesta, and I believe it was Kyle that made mention, what can we do on Linear Park as well to jazz that up. But this, to me, I think is something that is really something very critical for us, again, from a health, safety, and well-being standpoint.
So there might be two initiatives built into this, just with what you just said, because there is some safety things. What you guys just approved doesn't necessarily, it depends on how we go, but the plan that our consultants put together had a this is Village Boulevard, had a crosswalk over there and eliminated the right turn lane. It was all grass, right? The plan that we just put together was going to be more just the medians, wasn't necessarily going to attack that, but the other part, which you're talking about, is like Bridge Road. So there might be two initiatives in here, like the safety of our gateways versus the aesthetics of it. If you guys want to lead them together, you can, and just all that's important is continue to move forward with little bites of those apples. But some of those safety improvements are going to have to be Palm Beach County, like Bridge Road. That plan that you guys just approved didn't really have anything on Bridge Road. It was going to be everything north of Tequesta Drive all the way through Village Boulevard for like four medians. And so maybe there's two initiatives there, if that's, and we're always very conscious of the safety part. We've been really pushing Palm Beach County, that safety part. But it's really we can keep pushing if that's the initiative.
The safety improvements, isn't the county engineer coming to meet with us at our next workshop?
Yes.
I got word on Friday that they are postponing coming.
That was gonna be my question, because I know we looked at those medians, but that right turn lane elimination has not been presented to us publicly yet.
Why are they postponing?
I have to go. We talked about it, or I got word Friday. I didn't hear all the details of it. So, but I think they're gonna look at some different things. I do know that that's getting repaved next month. I believe they're gonna start repaving it, so they won't have any of those improvements in there.
Yeah. Where would they start? Where do they start to be paid? Do you know yet? No.
I think the county is gonna approve it in the next week or two, and then we'll get the MOT for it.
And then the gateway aspect of this, are we talking about like US 1 to Tequesta Drive, and are we talking about like the actual entries?
So you think of US 1. I know Mr. Stone used to always say, when you come over the bridge, what does Tequesta look like? And how do you know you're in Tequesta? And so if you come in from the other side, what does that look like? You come in on County Line Road, what does that look like? And so just pick those entryways. That's the gateways that we talk about.
Yeah.
Like 5 or 6 of them that you're talking about, or 6, 7.
Stop it.
Sorry.
For the safety measures on Bridge and Village, on Old Dixie at Bridge and Village, the county will pay for those?
Old Dixie and Village.
The safety improvements. Does that need to be part of this discussion, or is that a county initiative? County would cover that.
Don't know, because they wanted to do the delineators as part of a pilot program to see if that would help. And so for us to just go in there and say we want it or we don't, I don't know that they'll do it at this point. We just took a pivot, so I'm not 100% sure what that looks like. But typically, if it's a safety improvement and it's justified and warranted, the county will do it. But at this point, they haven't said it's warranted. So it's just us saying you need to do something. And so if they say it's not warranted, the only way it gets done is by us hire an engineer, says it is warranted, and then we will do it. Because they're saying, the county engineers are saying it's not warranted at this point.
I mean, if the county doesn't end up doing it, I would wrap it up into the Old Dixie improvements and do everything at the same time.
Can we do that ourselves?
If we can get it, in our planning stage, if we can get a traffic engineer that says that, this is what we want to do, hey, county, can we do it? And ultimately, the county will have to sign off on it. So I believe we could, but the county's going to have to sign off on it.
I mean, I guess we've had fatalities at one of those intersections, and from a safety standpoint, if it's needed, I feel like the county has got to be obligated.
Yeah, like bridge, right? I mean, there's.
The bridge road, that's the most dangerous one.
Yeah.
I know there's been accidents at the Village, Boulevard, and Old Dixie, but I think the bridge and Old Dixie is the most critical one, correct?
That's when we've had the most accidents at.
I think you can almost make multiple priorities here in the aspect of north of Tequesta Drive, south of Tequesta Drive, medians, public and safety aspect of it. But then I also think you can also throw on more long-term linear park. The fact that you got to think about that's going to be pretty expensive to rip everything out and put something else back in there. But I would think that's something to throw it out there and keep it on the list.
And then gateways are kind of their own
Beast.
Yeah.
When we talked about gateways before, there's not a lot of room to them. Remember we were talking about that?
It was like FDOT issues too, just kind of linear park. We've
I'm not knocking it, I'm
so
just
much.
making sure everyone remembers that. Like, I remember that it was just very limited of what we could do. Because I think at one point the entrance to Tequesta that's on, or by the Lighthouse Park, that land that goes up, that wasn't even us. That's the BLM.
That's part of us.
Well, it depends on what you're talking. If we're just talking about like enhancing or redoing the signage, right where it currently is, that's one thing. I also don't know, like, there is something that's part of our character, a little bit of those old. I mean, I remember growing up here. The signs have always been the signs,
Which is great.
Yeah, so I don't even know how the residents.
Would want to improve that.
Yeah.
They're maintained well.
Yeah.
Very nice,
They have a
yeah.
classic, but depends on what you're trying to accomplish, really.
Yeah, I mean, for beautification of Old Dixie, safety improvements aside, 'cause I would really, really want the county to handle those. Like I said, considering we got an agreement over the finish line and we are getting some partial funding from the county, and it's been on our list for a long time. I think it's important to proceed with that, and we always talk about how special our community is and having, a sense of place when you arrive. And I think about on Old Dixie, I mean, even with, maybe we don't care about the Bright Line passengers, but even as they're running through, how many times does the Bright Line pass through here? And it's just that ugly, barren stretch, right? Even from that, standpoint, aesthetically, it's creating, a sense of place. And we're passing through, we've arrived somewhere special,
That'd be perfect. Let's do that.
Just do that.
So yeah,
That was from, is this the mobility?
Yeah,
What-
this is from the mobility plan, but I think they probably pulled some of it from our Treasure Coast plan a little bit too, because I think there was some drawings in there. But so what? Right there, if you see in that, that design calls for that green space on we'll say at the right side, but I think it's west, which eliminates the right turn lane. And then it puts a crosswalk across there, and obviously you have to put some flashers and some different stuff. That is not what originally the plan. I mean, we can always include it in Kinley Horn's stuff. We just sent them the medians, and they were going to design the medians with plantings and whatnot in there. We can go ahead and have them do that design, and then we can submit that as part of what we want to do with the medians in the future.
So you're taking it down to a one lane each way?
Except coming from north. I think I don't personally like the turning lane coming from the north, going south. Sometimes, I don't know, from a pulling out in front of the car turning, you might not catch the one going by it.
From a speed limit, I mean, what's 40 miles per hour there, right? I mean, would we have to look? There's a lot that could go into reducing a lane. And I mean, I wasn't even on council during the US 1 lane reductions, and I, to this day, still get complaints from people. So keep that in mind as well. again, we don't want Old Dixie to be a, you know, highway that people are speeding down, but I think there's
People going home.
a lot more to consider if we're going to talk about
Correct.
getting rid of lanes. I personally don't think we should talk about getting rid of lanes. I think the medians will be a nice improvement with the lanes as is and the safety improvements. I think naturally too, just on those medians should slow down traffic a little bit.
So I'm disappointed to hear that they postponed, because I was excited for the public to hear their concept of that, because I have a feeling I know which way it's going to go. I've spoken to Jeremy about this, and even in the past we've looked at this. I think we even did a study at how much it would do to do lights there, or if it was a flashing light or a stop sign. So this is not new coming to us, the safety concerns. When I sit out there and watch, I think people just need to relax. They need to wait. So that's not us for this, when we're talking about this beautification. I think this intersection needs some love. When we looked at the medians, again, I mentioned the lights, because if they're dark, someone's going to turn left and possibly hit it. I think if we start maintaining that intersection and then see how it goes, because it is very open and it's very dark and it's very bland. Even the lineage out there is a little subpar.
But just for clear record,
Yeah.
that's Palm Beach County.
I know, it is county. I'm not knocking us. I'm just,
Doug and his team do a great job, so.
yes, Doug, on your team, I'm not knocking you. I'm just, because this is a county road and it, you know, we're kind of waiting on them. And it's going to be us navigating the information basically to the people, because the county's not going to probably do it. So again, I put that on us, like communicating to our residents what the county is thinking. But I'm waiting for them to kind of come and present us officially what they were thinking for that intersection at Village and Old Dixie. I mean, yeah, so on this ranking, I mean, that title, like Mr. Stone said, has a lot wrapped in it.
I think we keep the safety improvements.
Off or in?
Like I said, it depends. Like I said, I would keep pushing the county. They apparently did offer to do something. We don't know what's going on as of now, but I'd rather keep marching down that road and see what we can get them to do. And then handle our beautification, like proceed with the beautification separate, but pending what happens with the county, I think we would then be, I don't want to say forced, but maybe more inclined to then wrap up safety improvements to the,
So our part, the parts that we have involvement on, and then their parts too. So one whole package.
if needed, yeah, if the county doesn't provide the safety improvements.
As we talk about aesthetics, something just for more discussion, what is generally the thought temperature of the council for County Line Road in the, we've had discussions with the county of improving, adding some trees, minimal landscaping, but adding some trees to County Line Road. Our preliminary conversation, they might have had some money to help, and they haven't said no yet. They provided us some generic drawings that, ran the length from all the way from US 1 all the way to Old Dixie. It was going to be pretty expensive, and so we're taming it down, and they're supposed to be giving us some new pictures or new drawings of it, of basically like 20 feet from the intersection of Old Dixie and Old Dixie, 20 feet that goes down that right of way, and then 20 feet on each side of the park entrance, and then 20 feet from US 1, just to try to minimize it a little bit and help with some costs. But from a council standpoint, we haven't really talked about it other than a few years back we said it sure would be nice to have that beautified. And so Jay had a contact over there and reached out, and we started having that discussion again. We never really had it with the county. They weren't very interested then. I guess some new staff, new contacts, but they are interested in partnering with us because they've had a couple of residents complain about need to be beautified there. That's obviously the Martin County side, so they have some interest. We have some interest, but I guess where does the council sit on that as a project if we had to spend our money?
to do it.
I think it's important. I think Old Dixie probably needs to love a little more, but I hadn't even really thought about County Line, to be honest.
I'm not against adding it. I mean, I think beautification there, especially in light of the Tequesta Park efforts, like maybe it's, well, depending on what any kind of partnership we can work out with Martin County, that would be nice to, do the park, beautify County Line Road. And when you think about it, going the cemetery, there was gorgeous, right? I mean, it's so beautiful, the trees, and like just really making that whole stretch a lot more aesthetically pleasing with some shade trees. I've walked and ridden bikes down the sidewalk. It's pretty, there's not many trees. It's pretty hot.
Well, there's
So-
also, at some point, and who knows what it will be or when it will be, but there's a very high chance of the Old Rood nursery getting developed, and
Is it submitted?
I don't know.
Yes.
Review.
Okay, so, then that's gonna look better there, and off-site improvements, we can, I don't know.
Can we separate beautification Old Dixie and we'll add County Line beautification on your list, just so you guys can tell us what your priority is there, and if it even gets a point or even a nod in that direction.
And are we adding US 1 gateways and Linear Park again? Because both of those have been on this in the past. Was there issues with FDOT too?
Not really. We were seeking, this was like 3-4 years ago, we were seeking up to $100,000 grant to beautify, but we would have to, it was like a 60-40 grant or something like that, and council decided not to pursue it because we didn't want to match it at that point. So there is a grant, a beautification grant, at least they did have it. I don't know if they still have it, but the council decided not to pursue that at the time. Part of it was there was some design or some consideration from the BLM property and like putting some irrigation there, changing some of the medians, and at the time we just decided that wasn't a high priority for the village.
Yeah, for me, I think County Line and Old Dixie are more of a priority. I don't think the US 1 gateways look that bad. I mean, yes, anything could be better at the end of the day, but
For me, the insight's more local to Tequesta people anyways than people passing through. So I usually personally prioritize what is being used by the actual local taxpayers first, because most people take that back road almost daily in that area.
we won't add US 1 gateways. What about Linear Park?
By itself, like add it by itself? Are you asking if we?
Unless, well, because right now it's not really, I think when we're talking about beautification of Old Dixie, we're talking about the agreement we just
Okay.
executed with the county. And what were the issues with Linear Park was obviously the lease, but then also, just from a cost standpoint, it's gonna cost a lot because the ground's really,
Yeah, it's not like you
Vibrate.
just go up there and like till up. I mean, we're gonna have to really get some like serious excavation in there because it's all like rock and asphalt like through there where we were talking about starting like across from Village Boulevard and then working our way, filling the gaps. Like it was gonna be pretty significant as far as the cost for that. And so at that time, we kind of pivoted to going back and looking at these medians. Because I mean, you are gonna have to work with two different entities with Old Dixie. You're gonna have to get county approval. You also have FEC and actually three, because then most of those plantings are all gonna be under FPL right of way or easements there because the power lines are all right there. So working with three different entities, it was significant. So we try to look for an easier path of resistance, which is what we came back to. But if that's a priority, we can do it. It's going to be a lot more costly to do that.
I think it should be out there listed, but back to my original priority. take care of what we own first. And I don't see that we own it yet, so I do think it should be on the list that we continue to work on it, try to work with the county, continue to work with whoever.
Especially
Keep pushing it.
especially with all this other stuff that's hopefully happening.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we can put that on the list if you want. FEC right away, add that one. So it was county line, beautification, FEC right away. The other portion that pivoted is that, and this happened statewide, FEC went up like 25% on all municipal leases. So like our cost, I think it was like 14,000. We went up 25% and they went across the board. And we have no recourse. Like they
own the land.
can go, they own the land, they can charge whatever they want. They said it was undervalued for all municipalities, so.
Charge all municipalities rent across over every.
I mean, I knew that. I didn't know that you increased it 25%. Yeah, there's a.
Then we're stuck because we've made some improvements out there. If we decide that we don't want to have that lease anymore, we still have to have the crossing lease over the railroad because we have fiber and everything else. But if we decide not to lease the linear trail part, we have to take it back to its original condition. I mean, we need to go take out the trail and, take out all the plantings and, then you're going to have a situation where they're not going to upkeep it. So we're stuck in kind of a rock and a hard place with that linear trail. And, it's a great thing to the community, so I'm not taking away from that. I think we do a good job of maintaining it, but like trying to add to it, it comes with challenges.
Ours.
All right, moving on to tree planting efforts.
So we, not much to add to that. We did phase one. I think we planted like 63 trees out there in phase one a year and a half ago. Always the plan in phase two was going to be after we did Tequesta Drive water main replacement. We'd fill in some additional gaps and where, we thought we needed some trees. We used $75,000 for our infrastructure surtax to cover that first phase. If we are moving forward with phase two, know that it'll have to come from general fund. So wherever that lies in your guys' priorities, we'll budget accordingly.
Any comments or questions on this one?
I was going to somewhat jokingly say, can we add that to an ad valorem, kind of a non-ad valorem concept?
Tree planting?
Yeah.
No.
Not as you're going to plant a tree in front of everybody's house.
That'd be nice.
I love it.
And I say it jokingly. I still don't know if you can do it, so I'm going to say that jokingly.
I think it's such a huge value to our residents, to the ambiance, to the animals, everything.
More trees, the better.
All I know is if we don't have trees near the sidewalks, no one's gonna walk the sidewalks. It's gonna be too hot. So, gotta find a way, in my opinion, to make it. I know the roots are always an issue, but it's so hand in hand for me. It's too hot without trees. And then no one's gonna go outside.
It's when it comes to considering the funding and the next two items, kind of like what Councilmember Brandon's been saying, everyone really benefits from those tree planting efforts, right? Everyone drives down the streets and just gets to see the beauty of it. And then, many of us, I think no matter where we live, at some point you might be riding a bike or walking down all of Tequesta Drive. So I think that really benefits all the community.
Yeah, 100%.
Any other comments? All right, mangrove planting matching grant.
Where can I go buy a mangrove?
Right?
Great question, Kyle. I don't know the answer. Jay, you're the environmentalist or closest to the environmental initiative.
Seeds.
Yeah, I was like, you could technically just, when you put seeds in dirt, in the sand, they are supposed to.
Start to grow.
Well, doesn't Mang?
I was just gonna bring that up. I thought they had about that organization. Do you have anything?
Like Mangrove Farm.
Buy
Yeah,
t-shirts or something.
they've been growing some themselves and then trying to find places to plant it. There's another group, it's actually a lady that we partner with for the vertical oyster gardens, the Echo Scouts. She's growing some in her front yard and she wants to hand out to people.
But I'm not really sure where else you can get them from. I think you can get them from nurseries.
I've potted one. It's growing. It's crazy. You just gotta Be patient.
You literally just got like one of the seeds that you
Yeah.
found.
The
Well, my
Ocean
dad got
Place
the
in
water. My dad
Jensen.
got it started from me.
You
They
see 'em at
used to
stores,
have like a
like they have them
mangrove
on the
farm,
wall.
I think.
Awesome.
I don't know what they do with them after that. I don't even know if they still have it. It was kind of before COVID time. They used to have the actual tanks where they would grow the mangroves as a farm. But again, I don't know where they're at. I just remember seeing them.
Limestone grows.
So Jay, was this vetted through the EAC on exactly what they, this budget would go toward? How was it gonna be, if this is prioritized as a high priority, how do we distribute this money? Like, what are we budgeting for?
So their idea was to do a few pilot projects, right? So we adopted the Living Shorelines Code, but it doesn't require people to put mangroves in, right? It's only needed when they're redeveloping or redoing their docks. So they wanted to do more of a proactive approach where they would encourage people to do it, and they wanted it to kind of start with like a showcase where we pick one or two people to volunteer. We'd have to create a process for it, but then would kind of create some showcase properties, and then we'd be able to use those and say, hey, look, this is what we did here on these two properties. We didn't, and this is how much it cost. This is how it was designed. And we'd like to encourage other people to follow their lead and kind of do what they did.
I think this is a noble initiative, but is it maybe, we up here have just thought of several organizations that can help with this, or you can even do it yourself. Is there maybe pivot this initiative to more of an informational and educating our community on how they can grow mangroves, local organizations that they can buy mangroves from, so kind of pivoting that so we're not having to spend the funds on it since the resources might already be out there in the community.
Absolutely. If council thinks that that's a more appropriate use of staff time and resources, we could pivot that way and kind of partner with some of these organizations. There's so many environmental groups out there, it's almost hard to keep up with them. We have another new one, Wild Blue Sea. I don't know if you've seen them. They put their mangroves in front of like stores. I think they have them like Danny K's. So there's a lot of different groups out there that we're kind of having these partnerships form with. The vertical oyster garden thing that we're doing, it's a really low cost type of thing, high bang for your buck. So we could probably kind of pivot and do more of a low cost or a no cost educational thing, partner with some of these nonprofits. For sure.
What's council think about that?
It clearly is it's a worthy cause. I just don't know I don't think it ranks up into some place where we're trying to find dollars. But I do, an area like on the northeast shore of the Tequesta Bridge, where there's a stormwater pipe that comes out, there's always, but that to me seems to me there with the tide, you could plant some of those and it could really improve that corner. That'd be something that we could do maybe with the Mang or one of the other groups or something, like I said, low cost or no cost, but I just don't think it rises, and it's a limited number of people that this benefits as well. It benefits all of us. I'm not trying to sound that way, but it really benefits the people that live on the water when it comes to shoreline stabilization. So I would like to see us, I'm in favor of kind of redirecting that money somewhere else.
And one thing that we struggle with kind of internally is you're providing a financial incentive to people who own waterfront properties who conceivably can afford these things themselves, right? So that's kind of an internal struggle we had, but we want to find a way to encourage it. So to your point, maybe it's just partnering with people and making it educational.
I'd be curious how many properties in the village of Tequesta actually do not have a seawall that would utilize.
It's not that many when we did the
not. I was just
ordinance.
looking at it again. It's really
Jeremy has a map, and
Yeah.
it's like, it's highlighted. Yeah, it's not many.
I wish I could know the exact number. I think it's close to 25%, maybe even lower.
But you can do mangroves off the seawall. Sure. Like even in the park one, we have this seawall.
If they're sand.
If they're sand.
Yeah.
Well, that was part of the living shoreline ordinance we did, because at the end of the day, it enhances longevity of your seawall. So and those are expensive to replace.
Put one?
For me, this is a bigger social issue because so many people are not from Florida, so they kind of look at mangroves as a nuisance, or they're blocking my view. They low tide. For me, it's just a huge social society issue that's really hard to catch up on because statistically, most people living in these properties aren't from here, or they don't live there all year and they can care less. So for me, I don't think it's something we can just jump out and make such a humongous difference of changing how people think, but constant education. I think sometimes every now and then I come across, it's usually from like Meg or someone else, a really good educational video where they're physically showing the benefits of those mangroves in the water. I think when we get, not that I want but if we ever get one, someone needs to be brave enough to kind of go video how that impacts in a positive way as nature is being angry. And I think that's our next step as a society to kind of just keep pushing that out and trying to keep people understanding the Florida lifestyle and our environment. It's like people who build on the swamp. Why isn't there an alligator? I'm like, well, that's kind of how I see it. I don't think it's anything we can do to fix this problem, but just constantly support and try to educate.
Yeah, and you can already find all that online. There are videos, examples,
Sure,
and
not that
how
they're
it
gonna go
reduces
looking
the
for
wave
it.
energy and all of that. So yeah, maybe more, it's just that campaign of education and local resources to partner with. And okay, so I don't know, we can just, I don't know if you remove it, we would just vote no on that, or, that doesn't really need to be on our initiatives, then we'll just have PAC will work on that, or
I don't mind if it stays there. I just figured we could rank it. It might not rank because it does have it on here. No, right?
Yeah, it's on
The
there
no is
now. I
on.
think if it doesn't get any points, then it can be removed from.
yeah, that's what I was saying, just
Okay.
vote no.
So I think you leave them all in there, let everybody have a shot at, seeing if it's important or not.
Yeah.
Not that it's not important, but.
Okay, the Hazardous Materials Amnesty Day.
Is
Yeah,
it
so-
easy, right?
Yeah, so the cost of those are pretty expensive. I think it ends up being well more than $10,000 to actually hold the event. I think it's more like 30 or 40,000. So that's why we kind of came up with this idea of just offering rebates to people that do it. Right? It's the same thing happens. You drive to SWA yourself, and
Super easy to do, by the way.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how
Yes.
easy. I picture it.
Receipts
You
or
don't have to
nothing.
talk to a human.
No.
You just
Get out and drop it.
bins and yeah.
And it's kind of like what the police department's just doing with the ice cream thing with the bike helmets. Like even if we just did a thing like, hey, 50 $25 gift certificates to local Tequesta restaurants for
Yeah.
the first 50 people that do this, and it's a way to grab people to see that they can do it. And so ideally, you end up getting 250 people that do it, and that I think would be way less expensive and probably just as impactful.
Are we aware? And I'm sorry if I missed this, but are we aware of like an issue that we're about, or
Yeah.
are we?
What are we trying to fix?
Are we just trying to get ahead of something here?
Yeah, it's not, there isn't a known issue, but our environmental committee was looking kind of holistically at what we can do to improve water quality, what we can do to improve, we were looking at construction sites, how to improve the construction site maintenance, just due to complaints related to that. And kind of while we were looking at that, one of the things that came up was, that so many people do just kind of dump things into the water and they have no idea where it goes. So the idea of creating a hazardous waste collection day was a way to kind of also tell people like, hey, what you put in the water gets into the Loxahatchee. And so then they wanted to have a hazardous waste rebate or a collection day, and then we realized very cost prohibitive, and that's where we kind of pivoted to this rebate idea.
Would the EAC be willing to go to the location and look at driver's licenses to see who's from the village of
So
Tequesta?
I actually, because I came up with the idea, I was like, I'll do it. So I would personally just go sit there for a day and check people have the gift cards there, and I'm sure we have a few EAC members that would go as well. So we can do it that way. I think that's easier than having people come back with a receipt.
Right. Pick a Saturday.
Yeah. And I mean, if we're gonna do it, I think the creativity around just local restaurants or wherever you do it. I think if we're gonna do it, I think that's very cool.
I'm neutral.
I'm sorry, I just can't picture Jay sitting there on a Saturday. I have no reaction but to laugh. I'm sorry. I mean, thank you for being willing to sit there on a Saturday.
I mean, I'm sure I won't sit there for 8 hours, but we could rotate, 2-hour shifts. I think Jeremy said
That's great, Jeremy.
Jeremy said he'd love to do 4 hours.
I'll take 2 hours.
Would batteries be included as
I'm good
hazardous?
for that.
Yeah, I think there's batteries and
Paint.
yeah, it's paint.
So I'm an advocate for it. I know after the EAC kind of talked through it, I just started to think, though, when I look at our area, not sure, because then I'm just looking at like yard guys. How many people around here actually use yard guys and not really mow the yard themselves? Who changes their oil at home anymore? Like I had to back in the 90s, and you had to contain it safely and then disperse of it safely. So I had a hard time measuring how much hazard waste our area would even have.
This would be a good way to find out.
Yeah.
So thinking that if we were to just attempt like a one Saturday to see how it goes, I would think we'd have to put out some sort of information to almost educate people what we're talking about when we say hazardous. Batteries, spray paint cans, cleaners that are old, because I know there was, a really old cleaner that got buried in my garage and then we found it, so we do it. So just maybe some education of what we're even looking for, because not everyone, when I hear hazardous, I'm thinking construction stuff.
Yeah, I guess you said this was tied to what's going in the Waxahachie River. I'm really confused.
So
Yeah,
paint.
it's a public flogging.
So when people, if you have like a paint bucket and you dump the paint bucket out, it's going into the water system.
And we think people are doing that?
I could see some people.
I think it's more construction people working on construction projects apparently. But yeah, I think there's a little bit of it.
And I think if you go in most garages, I can think of at least, I have old paint I have, and I just let it sit there because until I'm going to SWA, I think there's a lot of stuff that falls in this category that we just sit on.
Or like an old golf cart battery. But that's why I asked you, what is it? So that way we're very clear to tell them, do you have these like in your garage or house? On this Saturday, we're gonna be collecting them to dispose of them, or I don't know. I just feel like if we just didn't advertise it correctly, it might not go out. And for me, it's gonna be a measurable moment.
Yeah.
Because I wanna see.
Can we create street captains and have the EAC identify a street captain to be able to determine what street, make it a street competition? Who can collect the most amount?
It's like the shredding though. I'm shocked at how many people have stuff to shred.
Whatever it might be. But I'll go around my little street, my little truck, and pick up anything and take
I
it
like
there.
that.
That's a
Make
cool.
this competitive.
That's an interesting idea too, because really all it takes is one person with a truck to load up their whole street.
And we throw a street
Like a
party.
truck between all of us.
Yeah.
I could think of a young man that would really.
We throw a street
wants to
party,
give
whatever
service
street
service on that
collects
one.
the most amount of waste and delivers it.
What's the prize?
The street party.
Oh, I like this.
We will, bring in a food truck and let everyone eat the food.
Let's make it more. Let's complicate it for you. I like that.
Create a little competition if you want to.
All right.
Annual.
I do agree that we stay away from the $10,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we all agree with that.
Okay, let's close the loop on this one. So we're not gonna do the rebate program. We're gonna suggest EAC to come up with whether it's gift card or maybe come up with another way that's not so
Yeah.
expensive.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll workshop it a little bit more. We might be able to even have EAC members be collectors of this stuff.
It's their initiative, right?
Well, the problem is if it's a village thing, you have to do it professionally, right? So the Chief McLaughlin came out and he said that you have to, like the village is collecting things, it has to be done professionally by some sort of certified person that can collect hazardous material and transport it.
That's government getting in the way.
Your dreams
Yeah,
are just
exactly.
crushed.
But if it's EAC members, perhaps EAC members, of course residents could, so maybe we can make it more of a resident-driven thing that's not, where we're not legally handcuffed to all these requirements and
We just
circumvent that.
We just throw a street party, permit free.
Yeah.
All right, so you'll look into it more.
Always simple.
We'll put a pin in it.
Government always gets.
All right, any other items to discuss or add to community appearance, character, and identity?
You have a copy.
I I know, I would see if council had any more comments, no?
No.
Okay, is there public comment? Mr. Sapiri?
My name is Mark Superi. I live in a country club. I'd like to connect the discussion from the way you talked about Old Dixie with Remembrance and Tequesta Park, because Mr. Stone raises excellent points on making, but place is not, it's not a matter of a gateway. You can have a gateway in nowhere. The way to make the place is having a great theme inside. And I think that the residents of the village have been perfectly consistent every time we ask. A lot of times council notices this. The theme is there's a great love for natural Florida in Tequesta, and all of the discussions are in orbit of that great love of natural Florida in Tequesta. So the way to make the place is to keep that in mind, and I think that provides guidance as you prioritize the choices that you have. So, for example, over and over again, make a beautiful place. I think it's easy. If someone's giving $125,000 for a park, remember Phase 3, what doesn't matter what the phase is, that should be a top priority. And I think that the money that someone's prepared is an additional endorsement when we're asking about usage. Like, there's great value there, people recognize it. So I think that that's easy. And also, that's creating place. You're creating a municipality with beautiful spaces. And the more beautiful spaces, the better. That's the theme. And I think that also provides guidance for Tequesta Park, because at the charrette, that was the consistent theme. This was a space that's supposed to be dedicated to nature-based recreation, and it's great that the baseball fields are fine. The moderators actually, they didn't promote the nature-based options. They promoted more what I would call infrastructure-intensive options. But even in that context, that moderation context, the residents were clear that their priority was nature-based, and so make it a beautiful space. And on this, I would like to say, I think that there's a little bit of a disconnect. So it's possible, recreation, there are different ways to look at it. Creating very beautiful spaces that make it easy for residents of all ages to get outside, either to meet, play chess in beautiful spaces outside, or just to walk or to run. That's a great alternative. It's not highly structured, but it's available to lots of people. And my impression of the charrette, especially for Tequesta Park, was that was really what the thrust of the resident preference was. So I have no problem if I defer to your sense, Mayor, that you're hearing people saying, I would like volleyball courts, and I think that that's something to accommodate. But the master plan that was proposed after the charrette was an accommodation of all those interests. And the charrette results were clear, nature-based priority. And that's consistent also with my experience that many families also involved in structured recreation for kids still recognize the great value of having beautiful spaces in the village where they live, where kids can go outside and be safe. So I think that it's important not to lose that priority, and it ties into making a beautiful place. That's a place, you come in and you know that it's a place. So I think that should provide guidance. That concern, that those issues that were concerns for Old Dixie should guide the priorities, how to go forward on Remembrance Park and how to go forward also into Tequesta Park. And then finally, I would say, another way to create a beautiful place, or to create the sense of place, is it's a place where people are outside because they're beautiful spaces. And one of the best ways to do that is to make it possible that it's safe for people to be outside. And one of the best ways to do that is to lower the speed limit. So actually, I would say, whenever possible, try to lower the speed limit, because you're doing something that creates that sense of place. So I guess my bottom line is, no, there's one other point. So in considering the cost, like in Tequesta Park, in addition to these points of tying it in with creating space, I would challenge the need, because there are playing fields very close nearby, many different places. And it's easy to see many times during the year, they're completely empty. on the other hand, there is a lack of beautiful outdoor spaces where people can just go and hang out or go as a destination to walk or run. So there's always great value there. And the other thing is, it seems like it's the greatest return on investment because they're much less expensive to make and they're much, much less expensive to maintain.
Thank you. All right, so do we want to just power through and do the last and third item before lunch, or do you want to take a break now? What do you want to do?
I just need a quick restroom break.
Right.
But outside of that, I'm good to keep going.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna start the timer. I'm starting the timer.
My
5 minutes.
my 16-year-old can't believe that our street is 25 miles an hour.
In our neighborhood? Oh, really?
Pretty sure they are.
That's
Yeah, they are.
typical for neighborhoods.
Well, she's
Right,
like,
got it?
well, she's like,
think
why
it's
is
too
it so
fast.
fast? Yeah,
Oh.
Yeah.
because it's one of those situations like we would like lose friendships with our neighbors if we went 25 down our street.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you just don't do it. There's just too much. And so,
I get livid when someone
Yeah.
goes by. Yeah.
so how do you reduce the speed limit for everybody on the neighborhoods? You can't, can you?
I think so.
Yeah, it's a state thing, right?
I think so. I think all community roads like that. I mean, I can look into it if council gives me direction.
I don't think there's any streets
think we looked
slower
into
than
it before.
25 unless it's a private street.
Kicker is usually like if you have another road like that's over 25, it has to be 85 percentile of the speed of traffic, which just doesn't make any sense to me. So, like if you want to lower, if we have I think Old Dixie is 40. I think if you want to lower it to 35, 80% percentile has to be within that, already driving that speed, which doesn't make it's backwards, but that's FDOT standard.
I want. You know, I guess I should probably
We
wait.
have a speed issue in our HOA.
Yeah.
That's-
Speeding.
Yeah, it turned out,
Yeah, I do them all the time when somebody complains, but it's usually not what everybody thinks it is.
exactly, it was complete opposite of what you said.
Really?
So if everybody thinks they're driving over 25, it's probably not the case.
Well, and maybe it's just the noise level, but I would say, at least in our neighborhood, in TCC, the biggest, what at least appear to be offenders are UPS guys, or any of the delivery trucks, and the garbage guys. But maybe it's just because they're so loud. I don't know, but also the
iPad.
right here.
They're gonna mute us.
They're the biggest ones and
So if
hardest to
you're gonna
stop.
complain about somebody, you know.
Just let them know. Just want to make sure everybody knows. Are we doing this now?
I don't know, Kyle's there.
Rick started it.
It'd be nice if we could get past this so we can grade them while you guys are eating lunch, and that way
I'm
it'll
good, I
speed
quit.
everything up. If we have
I'm
to
just
go
grabbing a
back,
snack because I can put my
we're
sugar level
gonna have
going.
some dead time while we're grading these things. And that's, I will, we'll summarize. I only have two, so tomorrow I'll just make sure.
And for the non-outdoor assessment, this was just on the study of.
I'll wait for it.
Where's the Christine case?
Yes.
Wow. You guys are taking care of us.
Only for you guys.
Man.
I didn't know we were doing
That's the
it.
biggest thing I heard.
But only for you guys, so.
They're so good there.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's how much the clerk's office and Sabina think of you guys. Get you guys in. I would have made sandwiches at home and brought them for you guys. Subway or Publix probably.
Can I make a comment on something real quick, or should I wait?
You should wait. What I usually do is I like hold my fingers like this, so when I forget, I'm like, why am I holding my fingers like this? Oh, that's right.
You do that.
I do that.
But what if you can't remember? You're like, I know I love that.
It's happened.
Okay. Now I'm just a weird guy holding my finger like.
This isn't on here, but can we put the budget a new chair for Rick?
For Rick.
What's going on with Rick's chair?
Because that chair on the end, it's broken.
Chair's crooked.
Really? I never noticed that. Maybe I did it.
No, it was here. It was here 2 years ago, or 3 years ago.
Just make sure all
It's
our.
been like that the whole time?
I swear.
But they're brand new, like 2 years ago.
Well, it's because they're always doing
Like you're
that.
sitting
Yeah.
there, it's great.
I figure that's an easy ask.
I try to sit on this side, but then I'm like all
Now that I'm
over
not
spread.
sitting there, that's a completely other question.
When I
You
first
know,
got
Rick, you got discretionary funds.
Oh, good. That sounds good. We're not in here all the
I'll get a
time.
lazy
We'll
boy.
fix your chair. I didn't know it was broken, so.
Oh, it's just kind of like it's leaning this way. You sit
How about this? Just, we're not in here all the time. Just come and switch it out with one of the other ones in here. Well, apparently that one leads.
Were you here when we had the black chairs?
You were saying the black chairs.
No one's ever said
Those
anything.
things you can feel so
Sorry.
The first year you
No, it's not. It's
Patty
not what it is. Like maybe it's not.
Plastic.
Oh, these are like a plush.
I feel like I'm leaning this way.
I see it. I see it now. Okay, we'll take it.
Can I make a quick comment?
Let me put you on the record real quick. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me
That's fine. What did I?
I muted everybody. So it wasn't perfect, but. All right.
I was gonna say this earlier, and this is kind of a throwaway comment. It doesn't really mean anything because we're already. I know there is the need, or at least I hear there's a need for the baseball diamonds, but I wanted to at least say this because I've thought about it so many times. In my mind, it would be so cool to have that back, just this big, wide open green tree with some trees. Even if it's just for like the short term, if we phased, and I'm talking Tequesta Park. Sorry, I should have said that. But if we don't have like this big, wide open green where we could do like Tequesta movie nights, and like, I think there is something there, and I think that's what Mr. Superior was getting at. Is like it doesn't have to be like completely activated. Like it's good to have some passive stuff in an active park. So I don't know. I do think there's some truth to what he said about that. That's all I got. What's that?
Duly noted.
Duly noted.
I will say, I mean, if we start making changes,
I know.
we have to bring it back for like a public check because the plan, besides basically parking because of code,
Flipping.
it's exactly what the public put together and what was approved. So I guess
I
I
know.
still go back and forth and like,
I know.
why are we trying to change it? And wouldn't there be room around the baseball fields anyways? There's still a lot of open space there.
Yeah, I mean, I think for something like that, you could do it right there on the multi-purpose field. I know when I went to
That's true.
Abacoa for an event, they had like one of the big the football fields, like they do the movie right there on the football
That's
field.
true,
So I
that's
think there's plenty of room for something like that. We'd have to, we'll work that part of it
Okay,
out.
pretend I didn't say it. Let's keep going.
No, it's fantastic you said it. And I'm just saying, like, my opinion is if we start making actual changes, like I think we really owe it to the public to do another show.
I agree.
But then I think we just look silly at that point. That's my opinion.
We heard you, but we don't think you're right. It's
Why, right? That's how it feels. I don't know.
So typically, in my experience, master parks plans are done every 10 years. And so you just make that part of your battle rhythm that every 10 years we're going to relook at that and go through that process. And we just did that, 3 years ago, 2.5, 3 years ago. So in 7 years, in theory, or if something else triggers it, you just kind of stay with the plan. So that way the next council, next year doesn't come and say, well, let's change it again. And the next council wants to change it again. It's like, this is the plan the community came up with, and so you kind of stay that plan. Even if you're a new council member, you don't, and I'm not saying anybody doesn't like it, but if you're a new council member, you don't like it, we don't go through that exercise every year. So that's typically how it's done in government, or municipal government.
Okay. Thank you. Our final goal, deliver and sustain high quality municipal infrastructure and services. The first initiative is enhance stormwater resilience through funding and upgrades.
So, last year we decided we were going to take 50% of the water or the utility tax. We charge 9% to the utility, water utility. To take half of that, which is $135,000, toward projects, not operations, just projects. And so we were able to do that and got us up to where we're spending about $180,000 to $200,000. One of the things that we're looking at, and I had Allison put together kind of like a projects over the next 5 years is we're gonna try to do what we did with water utility, or with the water utilities, is try to set aside 21% of our funds for pay-go projects. And so that way we can help build up our reserves unless we have a major project. We will be spending, hopefully operationally, spending somewhere in the 250 range and still putting 21%. So I feel like we're good as long as we prioritize that, continue to prioritize that 135,000 out of the water utility tax to carry over in the future. That would be the priority. If we have discussions and there wants to be more money and expedite even faster, I think that's another discussion. But I think as long as it's a priority, we'll continue to fund that water utility tax, or the stormwater through the water utility tax, and additional revenues that we get. You guys know that we typically index those fees, and they go up 3% or CPI every year. We'll continue to do that unless there's additional direction from council.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I'm good as long as every maintenance and project like this is tied to some form of inflation, that it continues to increase annually, the expense to maintain it. Sounds like it is.
Well, I mean, we have estimates. I mean, when we put together 5 years, we're basing it off of what, Allison believes the going costs are. I mean, if, we have any kind of rush like we had with COVID and things going up 9, 10, 20%, like it's, we'll have that discussion again, but I think we're doing all right trying to lean forward a little bit with that water utility tax.
So would, and I've brought up with you like the flood mitigation plan, a couple items that Doug hasn't been able to get done because of funding. Does that fall under here?
Yeah, all the stormwater stuff would. I think I don't recall what projects were on there when we had that vulnerability assessment. There wasn't.
Well, there's that. So I think these are two. There's a vulnerability assessment, which I know Allison has a 5-year plan for. But then there's that flood mitigation projects. What, don't we have to report that to the county?
Oh, you're talking about the loss mitigation stuff. Those are typically driven by what we had as FEMA money before. And so usually you don't get those. They don't get funded until you actually have a storm. So like if you have damage, when you rebuild, they give you funds so that way you rebuild and you be more resilient the next time. Those are all in our 5-year capital plan. You'll see those. We typically recite them because in order to be part of the LMS plan, you have to have them in your future planning. And so I believe that's what you're talking about. I think we have like 3 projects. One is raising the generator and putting a generator in there. I think some is like shutter or impact windows. I forget all we have like 3 major projects that he has listed in there. I don't think any of those we intend to fund specifically through the budget. I think we're looking for grants for those.
So why do we have to report it? Would you report it to FEMA or to, because I remember you forwarded a report to.
It's in the county.
The
county upholds that list, and so if there is damage, we have to report that to the county, and the county will prioritize the FEMA funding to distribute in the future for that.
So we're not on any timeline, or there's no penalties. These aren't getting done.
No, I don't believe so.
Still, I mean, they're important projects at the end of the day. But so anything like that and the vulnerability assessment, that's all going to be wrapped up under here, and then staff will just prioritize.
That's right. And if you guys want to see those, discuss them, we can always have a workshop if it's a high priority. But I feel good about the direction that we're trending with stormwater. Obviously, if we have any major damages or whatever, we're trying to prioritize the ones that are, either failures coming or that we have flooding, those types of things. If we had more money, we can obviously, rebuild swales faster and some of those things that are in need. But I think every year we have, don't quote me on her thing, but she has a couple swales, couple projects for each year in the next 5 years.
By the way, there's a good example of the swales on River, about how you can plant them. It's right next to you.
The house just redid their swale.
Yeah, it was the house that originally put Clusia in that didn't comply, and they took the Clusia out. And now they put the swale in, and it just kind of sat there for a while, just dirt. But now they put these really nice grasses on the.
I was talking about the swale part.
They're going to be under a code violation.
Oh,
so.
jeez. Well, I never said who it was, so.
They planted some plants or some hedges right up against the road. So I don't know. I know that code was looking at that.
Oh, gosh.
No,
My point
they're
was the
gone.
swale.
The
Just
hedges aren't there.
seeing this, and there's
Somebody planted, if it's the same one, somebody planted some plants right
Grass.
there.
These are like
They're like tall grass. I don't
tall
know.
grass.
Yeah, I knew about it. I don't know where we're at with it, if it is a violation.
Not a great example. It looks awesome. I mean, it just looked. I think if anything, never mind. If it's a violation.
We'll take a look at it, but I understand what you're trying to say, like trying to make sure the swale is there, and then whatever plantings come with that. I mean, we'll have to look at it, but we haven't ever updated our code to allow plantings in there yet. So, I mean, that's why I think we're having some of those discussions, because we're still chewing on the right-of-way stuff. But point taken, that's a good example of what you guys are looking for.
And it falls in line with this, but maybe it's a different issue. I had talked about with Jeremy, sidewalks, and I think it's some low-hanging fruit. But if you look at the sidewalks that are redone on El Portal, that is the true definition of a swale. It's that, and the water goes there, and that's why I think if we do some low-hanging fruit, some connectivity, there's a sidewalk to nowhere on Dover on the south, or Evergreen on the south side. It just, the guy's got a house on the corner there. There's a sidewalk that goes halfway this way and halfway that way. And if you could just connect some of that connectivity down Dover, that's where we get, Dover has been identified for swale reclamation. It's because there are no swales. I think a lot of that was done, just my opinion, had no knowledge whatsoever, when they put the sewer in. My front yard has, I have every public utility there is. I'm gonna have the transformer, I've got the street light, I've got the manhole cover, you name it, I got it. But that is completely flat because of that. And I think that part of it was done by MCON, I think, when they came in. So I think that's a lot, but if we could do some of this connectivity with sidewalks, it will improve the stormwater as well in some of these places that are high flood. So, I don't know where the high sidewalks fall in.
Well, it brings up a good point, because I started this by saying if I missed any or not, but I do remember him really talking about, we talked a little bit about connectivity. So this one, under this category, I have application and mobility plan projects. I think it probably should be broken into two, maybe, is the mobility, the safety projects that are part of that mobility plan, but also the connectivity that is part of that plan, so we can have connectivity projects, because maybe the priority's higher when we start talking about connectivity projects. To me, that means sidewalks.
Yeah.
And I didn't specifically have that, and I know you asked for that, and so I think that's something that maybe we should consider, is adding a separate bullet point so the council can prioritize that.
Okay. Just sidewalks, because I think it touches on stormwater, it touches on swale reclamation, it takes on getting people out of the street and let the cars and the e-bikes duke it out.
I think, and I know there was new sidewalk. When we're done with this, I want to go back to that slide that you had that has some other potential
I
initiatives.
think sidewalks was on there. I think.
Sidewalks is on there. We can decide if we want to take any of those and add them. I'm sorry, I just want to touch base this one more time to be sure with the flood mitigation stuff. So I found the documents that were sent to us. It's CRS Activity 510 for the flood mitigation plan to be part of the, what is the National Insurance Program? Whatever it's called. And it says 5-year CRS expiration date is October 1, 2029. Do we have to have those projects done before then? Or is it just really,
You have to send it to me what
Okay.
you're looking at, because I'm not sure.
I guess all I'm saying is that if there is a deadline on here, I want to make sure they're prioritized under this. But again, I think, they could just be wrapped up under this blanket, and then staff will know, best how to prioritize them with the funding that we have. So I do think we've done a really great job getting, starting to get caught up on our infrastructure maintenance and replacement, and I think stormwater's been kind of back burner. I think it's time to bring that up to the front, because it's really critical. All right, safeguard and invest critical water infrastructure.
This is the one that's been on our strategic plan. I think it should continue, especially with the facilities master plan. You guys know almost every agenda we have, 3, 4 contracts that we're talking about water. And I think it's important that when you guys are making decisions based on, contracts or, consultants, that you have a document in front of you that says, yep, this is a priority for us, water infrastructure. And so I think it makes it easy for you guys to lean on that one if it's a priority for the council. A lot of really what we're trying to do right now is really look at a lot of the PFAS stuff and I think the date got pushed back to 2031, but I mean, some of these projects are big dollar projects to get rid of PFAS. And so really leaning forward, making that a priority, that we got to find ways to stand that up and ways to fund these. I know Allison's looking at like a 20-year plan right now to make sure not only we're in compliance, but to give us an opportunity to see these things coming. And so I think just keeping this one on our strategic plan and making it a priority, you guys can determine how high of a priority, but obviously we have our own utility fund and $10 capital charge, but I think making sure it's important and our residents know it's important.
So would this be like stormwater, where it's kind of a blanket and you guys would prioritize the
that's
different
right.
projects we have going?
But you guys already know several of them that are ongoing right now. You guys kind of know about the well stuff that we're doing, the facilities master plan. So some of these you guys already know, and periodically we can give updates on these. And obviously if you guys want to change some of the priorities, but I mean I think the priorities are what the priorities are, so to speak, with some of the PFAS stuff.
But that's not associated with stormwater.
No, she was just saying in reference to stormwater, how we're kind of putting a blanket on the priority with water. We're not picking a project, we're just picking water infrastructure is important. Like we need to keep moving forward with that in a high, whatever you guys want to rank that.
Because most of the rate increase was to water distribution more than improving quality, if I remember correctly.
Well, I mean, sometimes it's for infrastructure. So I mean, it doesn't. I don't know if you're talking about. I mean, it could be production, could be distribution. Right. All of it has an effect on water quality. So I mean, that.
But removing PFAS and stuff like that is going to be more, not necessarily distribution side. It's going to be on the production side.
Right. I mean, I would say 98% of that, yeah, if not more. So, right.
And I know, in regards to, PFAS, once we get that study done, there could be significant costs with that. Is the state law already passed that we're gonna have to do a fee study every so often? So it's like a moot point and we don't need to add it to here, or should we add? Because when did we last do that study with Raffatelli? Did I say that right?
Raffatellis.
Yeah.
So we did it roughly 3 years ago, and so, but the resolution for that $10 capital charge says we have to do it. The council wanted it every 3 years. That wasn't necessarily state mandated at the time. What the state statute, and don't quote me on, I'm going off the top of my head, basically said if we wanted to continue to charge the 25% surcharge on a corporate area, we had to have a study that showed that the need and how it's justifies that expense for outside of Tequesta residents, and it needs to show that, I guess, we're at that nexus for their service. And so that's what this study should be able to check that box too. The other part of that is now we have to go to, and we're getting legal's justification of it. We're supposed to be going, we'd have to go to Jupiter Island, Jupiter in the Colony, Palm Beach County, and Martin County, and all have to have a public meeting over there for our rates that we do, as well as we have to notice them that we're having a hearing, so they would be able to come to both. So each municipality that we service, we have to have a meeting there and a meeting here. And since we service 4 different areas, I mean, we have to have 8 different meetings.
But you could probably have the same It might be 5 meetings. It
Huh?
might be 5 meetings.
How so?
All 4 outside, and then all 4 on the same day.
Oh, yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
5 meetings.
Yeah, I like your style.
So then are we just automatically doing that and that's not something we have to list on here? To do
Yeah,
assessment?
I mean, we're regulated. I mean, we're regulated to do it, so I don't think you need to make it a priority. I mean, obviously, if council tells us not to do it, we would do it. But I mean, we're gonna bring it to you guys regardless at this point. Whether it doesn't matter what the priority is, we have to make it a priority.
So are we,
So how would we treat this for our own, for today's purposes?
Oh, you're for the water infrastructure. You're talking about the PFAS regulation, the projects, the $10 capital chart, like all that stuff is just kind of bundled into water infrastructure and how important it is to the village.
Okay.
And how you want to prioritize that.
and so what, would we do that study this year or next year?
This year, Allison's trying to engage them now. We should have it. We should at least be started in the next month or two. Probably looking at like a July, August delivery to you guys, but we have not got a time frame from the consultant yet because I'm sure the consultants are swarmed right now because of that, some of that new regulation that's coming out. So we'll advise on the updated timeline on that.
Well, the good thing is we just did it 3 years ago, so we're
Yeah.
current. I don't know if this needs to be talked about right now, but I'm just gonna ask a question in light of some of the legislation passed and funding for this topic. If we don't, we can't do the 25% surcharge. Can we do 19 since they don't pay the utility tax, like the incorporated? Because don't incorporated pay the water utility tax, but unincorporated don't?
We can still charge the 25%.
We can if we prove it, or,
Right.
okay.
Yeah, I don't think.
You don't think that's gonna go?
I don't think so.
At a minimum, can we still charge 19 because the incorporated pay 19%?
Yeah, it might come out to that where it's just, well, I think we'll be able to do 25%, but it might come to that where we do 19, well, it'd be 9%,
Oh, 9, I thought it was
Yeah.
18.
9%. At the very least, we'd still be able to charge them a 9% at the very least, but I think, most time you can justify it because of the infrastructure that's outside the cities, these cost more to run longer lines and, some of those, cost, time, so I think there's some justification that most people can put on it.
Any other water infrastructure comments? Okay. And application of mobility plan projects.
So there's a whole list of projects on the mobility plan. We set out, we were gonna also charge a mobility fee to go with this. We can't, as we already discussed, can't necessarily charge a fee at this time. However, if council prioritizes, we can move forward with some of these projects that are in here, and I recommended that we separate these into, the safety projects versus the connectivity projects, and you guys can score those accordingly and, prioritize those. And then we can bring back that list and have them prioritized, and you guys can talk about which sidewalk or, which safety improvement you guys want to go with first. But overall, I think there's 2 different things built into that: transportation, which is the safety, and the connectivity part.
Any comments, questions, discussion?
I think on some of the mobility projects through the safety and some of the connectivity and what I mentioned before, the swale issue and the sidewalks, that's some low-hanging fruit that we can check off our list and remove them and show the public, like, hey, we're doing things. And there's some ability to do that, and they're meaningful projects. They're not just these. I don't think they have to be evergreen type things, but I think there's an ability to really show the public that, hey, we're doing stuff. We're getting things accomplished, and we're going to keep referring back to our strategic plan, and we can see, and it rotates. And these things, we've accomplished some of these things, and I thought, looking at the mobility safety issues might be one that we could tackle or something like that. But I just think that we can check a couple boxes and show some completion in some of these issues instead of them remaining on here as an evergreen.
Is this stuff that we control, or is this mixed in with some of the stuff we have to get county on board with?
Both.
Oh.
So like some of the connectivity stuff, I mean, where you talk about, Remembrance Park or connecting from, Riverside to, I think there's a road project we've talked about many times on Dover. So there's a handful of sidewalk projects that are not county, and we won't have to worry about that. But there are projects in this thing that are county projects or are FDOT projects or both that we'll have to work on. But I think, we can look at those if it becomes a high priority, and we're talking about, we can bring those back to council, and you guys can give staff more direction if those are high priority items.
I'm looking at that process.
Just to echo what Councilmember Sartori said, people are noticing and appreciating the efforts we've put in towards, mobility already. I was out for a family walk yesterday. We were on Tequesta Drive, and technically a Jupiter resident, but off Riverside, very close to our, boundary, thanked us for, just that strip on Riverside that we just completed. He's like, I wish they would do the same with the sidewalk in front of my, our houses. So people are noticing and are really appreciating it. So I think it's important to keep that momentum going. So Jeremy, did you want us to really actually break this one out to those top 3 bullet points, or?
I mean, that's at your guys' discretion, but I would say the two, which was some of the safety improvements, and the other one would be the connectivity or the mobility type projects. So I think we should do 2 for that, at least, if you guys are in agreement with that.
So one safety, one connectivity.
Yeah.
But not the traffic calming.
Is that part of it?
It could be safety, because
You'll just wrap
but
that
if you
one up.
want to make a third, I don't think that you need to. I think they'll all fit into one of those buckets, those 2 buckets.
So remove application to mobility plan projects and put
Yeah.
in the 2.
Yep. Knock that one out. So if I could, just for the scoreboard, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, and then we'll go back to that slide that the mayor was referencing as far as priorities. But right now, under operate physically responsible government, we have non-ad valorem assessment, develop future master facilities plan, just those 2.
Can I add one?
Yeah.
Talk about
well, per council you can.
Yeah. So this just came to my head while we're talking here. We have an environmental action committee. Can we create our own DOJ committee? In that aspect of, I know there are people that want to just look, and I think it'd be great, you're allowed within the community. Come on, be part of this committee and do your deep dive. Let's work with them, let's help them, let's see what they can find, and have them send recommendations on opportunities to cut costs somewhere.
Doesn't Palm Beach Gardens don't they have a budget committee?
People can look at the budget.
They can't, but
Maybe look, because I don't know what they call it, but Palm Beach Gardens has, I'm gonna call it a budget committee. I think everyone on it does have legit finance experience
Correct.
though. I don't know if,
they would have to come to council and apply.
yeah, I don't know if they're appointed or if it's just open application. I would be up for looking into,
The concept.
yeah, see what Palm Beach Gardens and possibly other people do it. I almost feel like something we can workshop and not necessarily add it to the strategic plan.
Can I just throw out there, because you keep mentioning Palm Beach Garden, they don't have a good reputation right now. So if we were to consider looking at what that concept looks like, just make sure we do it Tequesta way and not mimic them.
Yeah, again, it's just, I think doing something like that, it's always
Don't reinvent the wheel.
nice to look to see what our neighbors are doing. We've done that with the EAC, right? We reviewed what
I was just like,
other.
you talk about Jupiter too. Everyone went especially Jupiter. I don't want to be like Jupiter.
My concern, well, pro or con, I think a negative of that or a potential problem would be the folks that want to do that, I think are the ones that are, in my words, there's conspiracy theories. We all know that every municipality, there's a lot of municipalities that have bad actors. I've always said Tequesta is not one of them. But I think the people that were to come in are going to expect their suggestions to take action on. And they're going to think, well, what'd you invite us for? We gave you all these recommendations, and they may not be well thought out reasons. I just think it's going to look like, oh, well, we went through this whole exercise, and I spent, all this time, and you're not even going to listen to anything I had to say. And I don't want to. Then there becomes the tide gets turned against us, and that, look at this council. We found all this fat that we can cut, and you guys don't even take it into consideration. So I see the point in it, but I could see.
The EAC has felt that way before.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that's why, I would view it more of like an oversight committee and appointed, like checks and balances. And so it would be more of an appointment versus open application. Because I think that, I don't disagree with what you just said. And
What
that
are
it
we
may
checking
be-
and balancing? We have an audit that we just did. Like, what are we checking and balancing? Our decisions up here that the public should be paying attention to?
Correct.
But they already are supposed to be doing that. Like, this is a public meeting that is accessible. These are public record. Like, I guess I'm just kind of looking, if we add it, it already exists. So what are we really adding?
Well, the ability already exists. The action might not be happening. I think what it does is it creates another layer of transparency, another layer of giving the opportunity to come look. Like, I'm very comfortable and confident with it, with our own checks and balances of the village and the management side of things. This is just another group that has interest in it, and there is a big push nationally and statewide to look at the cost.
Yep.
And it's listening to that and catering to that and allowing people the opportunity to get involved.
Okay.
And I think more ways of creating involvement is good.
I would need more time to think about that. I don't know how much I can rank that today.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That seems more like a workshop, like added to the workshop list at a minimum. Jeremy can see what other municipalities do, gardens, and assuming others. I know there's I don't know if this one's passed, Jeremy. There's a state law that is going to require like
It passed, signed too.
so it's like a 10% reduction exercise. Is that punted to a committee like that? Like, I need to understand that law and what we're going to have to be required to do.
So this, really, there's two parts. Conversation is that you'll see there's municipalities, and depends on, and I don't know where this is coming from, maybe there's different angles, but there's municipalities that don't do a good job of transparency. Like, council even, I think the year before last, approved, putting our whole digital budget book. Anybody, anytime, anywhere in the country can go to our website and go department by department expenditures. And there's cities that don't do that. And we're very transparent. Anybody wants to come talk budget, maybe come sit in my office. I'll go line by line with them any point. And through our budget process, we typically we do line items, but we don't drill down. Like if you have office supplies, we don't drill down to pencils versus pens versus paper. We can do that if we feel like, if people are complaining like we're not transparent enough. So, at any point, to create a committee so they can come look at our books, and come do that now. They can do a records request. We'll send them exactly what they're looking for. So I feel like, are we trying to solve a problem, or are we trying to create a problem? And I know that the state law is trying to make sure those bad actors that we say, or the municipalities that have always struggled with that transparency, they're trying to make it a requirement. And so there are requirements in that state law that says they have to, provide budget, they have to, make it available online. Some of the stuff that we already do, the other part of it is that you have to do a 10% reduction exercise in the public and post it. And that'll be not this year's budget, but next year's budget. And so, with all that being said, we'll do whatever, council wants to do if we feel like, but I guess I'd love to hear if somebody thinks we're not being transparent enough, and if we can do better in-house without creating, an additional layer of government. But that's up to you.
I don't think anybody's saying you're not being transparent enough. I think that's not the issue. I think it is just a perception and trying to beat the perception. Just a thought.
The 10% exercise, so again, without really thinking this through too much yet, see, I would put that on us because we're elected to listen to the people and make that budget based on what we think is right and talk with the people. So again, I'm gonna sit on that because I don't disagree. I understand where you're going with it. My concern is, and because it's happened with other committees in the village, it's almost like creating a second council because our job is to make the budget. I have, in the past, wanted our clerk's office to have more access to publish things, but the state does put certain things where they can't. Like when we have things on the ballot, like they can't. And I don't think that's fair, but so for me, I think we should be able to publish or advertise more publicly, but sometimes I know when I ask for those things, there are state things that don't allow our clerk's office to put those out there. So that's really where my root of the hiccup is, because I do like putting this out so it's more accessible for people. I know public records requests, it's a process. They have to take some steps. I'd almost like to take away those steps and be able to be like, here,
Yeah, we already have it.
you know.
The way I look at it is we're supposed to be environmentally friendly too, as council members.
Yeah.
And we are. And this is, there's not a need for the EA, Environmental Action Committee either. We'll need them,
Yeah.
in theory.
In
So
theory.
it's just the same concept.
Okay.
We can workshop it. I mean, we'll look at some other cities and what they do. I think like Juneau has an audit committee, so they just review, make sure the audit's in compliance, which, I mean, you guys all get that. I think, you look at bigger cities like Gardens where they're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, like a little different than us. Like ours, our budget document, I can sit through it in one day and go through everybody one day. Like their budget document would take a couple days to do something like that. So, but I'll get some comparisons, other cities, what they're doing, and then we'll workshop it and you guys can give us direction.
Can we codify the idea of having this transparency with that digital version always being up to available?
So we've always done some version of this. This is the company that we paid whatever $15,000 so we can have all these digital, nice looking introduction letters, and it's all formatted with. It makes it easy for our staff to do that. Yeah, you can.
I guess per law, we have to now, though.
We have to make everything available. I guess I don't know if he's saying like through this format, but what if this company goes out of business?
Not necessarily through this format. So
Yeah.
as long as it's codified somewhere.
We have to now because the state, as of January of 27, it takes effect, I believe. That's why we don't have to do it this year. They made it so it's effective as January 1 of 27.
Okay.
And so next year's budget process will, it'll look a little different. Everything that we do and put up, it'll be the same. We're just gonna do a 10% exercise that we typically don't do now. But we've won the audit award for 45 straight years. And I know they don't always look at fraud and some of that's missed, but I think we're a very high caliber, high ethical group with our finances, and anybody can see at any point and ask any questions. But we'll do whatever. But just know that that will be a sunshine committee, which will add additional layers to our clerk's responsibilities too. So just being mindful of that when we have those conversations.
All right, so workshop, not mine.
Council, was
Workshop,
your
yeah.
consensus to workshop it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw this out there now, so people can give it some thought. I would, depending on the type of committee, I would consider having a sunset date. So whatever council at the time then could reassess it, think if it's still benefiting the community. But yeah, I would highly recommend a sunset date if we go that.
Sunset.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Can we pause for a sec? Did everyone eat? I saw some. I did not eat. Do you
well, the
mind
idea
if-
was
was
if
gonna
we
go
get through this, get the priorities, so you guys can rank them while you guys are eating, and then that way.
I
Otherwise,
have to go through those other slides too.
okay,
I'm gonna work and eat at the same time.
okay.
Yeah? Whoever didn't grab, okay, just grab food real quick and we'll.
I didn't think there's more slides. I thought it was just,
Great call.
I'm hungry now.
you knew something good.
Sorry, I messed up some blood here,
That's
maybe.
right.
I know.
Like I said, we don't have to take a full pot.
Sit one way.
Keep working.
Hey, we have a little colder in here?
so cold. I got my shovel.
Just tell me, do you want 62 or 63?
It's so cold. I'm like trying to shove my whole arms in these pockets. Look at that. Never mind. That's not a joke.
Basketball game. That's a round.
It's getting worse as they go along.
See, Degree's getting more chance on Lori. Like,
It's getting worse as they go along. My allergies.
do we know the challenges are?
Shots.
This is like, yeah. No, like if it's touching.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Get back to it's really close.
Oh, allergies.
Oh, really?
It's like
Yeah.
To me, it didn't look like you got
Oh,
very
they
good
test me
push.
for
And so,
cow.
I don't know if you flatten out, but you don't.
It was like my late 20s. Sheep, cow,
Oh.
cow. No, I'll trade like the 3 years that you like.
I thought you said sheep too.
Like you're away.
What's how, like,
You got a little height
Actually,
from it.
it wasn't until my late 20s, like out of nowhere.
I definitely have like a slight intolerance.
There is like
Oh,
sensitive.
you guys like, I've done it one time.
So I
Banana.
learned, I
It is
learned this
nice.
friend, whether lactose or running function process that's
That's
basically
fine.
allergic
I know I
to
did. I
protein.
never.
Yep.
And you
But I didn't like
process
zero.
That's
it.
why, like, I cook, like bananas, it doesn't do it.
See,
Because it changed the protein.
right. So I can have butter because butter's like fat, the protein's just out of it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because you're jumping, that's like trying
It's
to eat
maintenance
like
of
that.
I just didn't know until my kids had allergies, and I learned a lot.
I always thought it was so weird. Like,
Yeah.
during pregnancy or after, like my sister had no shellfish allergies until she was pregnant. And now, like, it's been 14 years since she had her last baby. She still can't have shellfish. So, buddy. Yeah.
Is it roast beef?
Prosciutto. Adele. No, I thought we were talking about the happy hour here.
A little bit.
Oh, here it is. Jason. Smart. Yeah, I gotta have one of those. That guy.
That pasta salad, good. I've never had pasta salad before.
Might want people.
I don't know there are a whole lot of crazy.
So good. Which one?
So I would go there and get, because their sandwiches are big, I'm like, okay, have like,
Yeah, they're very
eat, well, it's like, I should have one half
The spicy, yeah.
today for lunch, and one half tomorrow for lunch, and then like,
Yeah.
one time's enough, I eat the whole damn sandwich in one sitting, so like, it's so big, and then like, ugh. It never pans out where I have half for the next day, and it's not done.
Do a happy hour earlier special. You might.
Oh, I didn't know that. Really? Like what, before 11 or?
Oh, no, it's the Italian, they have a spicy Italian.
Oh. Yeah, I can't, just because it's 6 minutes, like, oh my god, I did not know that.
For sure, unless you're every day.
For the past next time in there.
So annoying. I wasn't allowed to go to the office at 4:30 interview. So I gotta go all over those forms.
Yeah.
Currently I do. Sometimes I don't. Right now,
So you're like full time, you're not,
yeah, I'm there.
you're not going to job right?
I mean, I do, but it's, you don't want to go, come back. Yeah, I'm never like there all day. We don't have any work. Dale is very old school.
know, I didn't realize you were a good person.
That's what I was trying to get out of law firm. Just kind of work out. And so I kind of didn't want to go back to law firm, but. And then I had to change.
You've been there for a couple of years now, right? Oh, I was wondering.
Yeah.
Has it been downstairs?
We had somebody that would take it and she got so until that. I really like this guy.
Felt bad. Oh, really?
Yeah, I met him in 2013. Slowly putting pieces together. No, okay, here was my wife. Yeah, these gals are
Misfits. I'm gonna talk to you about that.
Yeah, so we're the same age. So, she's the same, she's. Yeah. Just competition.
Just him. Travis and then, well, right?
Is Travis moving down here?
He's on the one month. He missed last month. He wasn't amazed how he was in TSA. And they really wrapped him outside the building exterior. He was like super awkward.
The worst place.
Yeah.
Yep. If I heard it, it's gotten a lot better. The last 2 years I was.
Yeah. They were just on here. Their spring break was last week. They were just on here. Yeah, no issues. Bye. I am most definitely taking a day to go. Because of cookies with delicious. Boy, are the cookies from Danny and Kate good?
Guess if they are, I don't know.
I'm not hyped out. Yeah.
It looks very homemade. So
They
you
have the
eat
best,
that.
my husband is already, but they have the best, like a peanut butter Rice Krispie treat almost, with like a hard layer of chocolate on top. Like sometimes I go and just get that in a restaurant. They're so, it's so good. It's like my favorite sweet treat.
They have lots of good stuff there.
Yes, everything.
They don't have that pasta salad from there either.
Really? Yeah.
They have sauces that you can take, purchase, take home, and pasta, origination. that they
Oh yeah, we've
share.
got that.
We do that a lot.
Since they open, like we rarely get like store-bought pasta, we get their homemade pasta, because it's a game changer. It's so good. Homemade pasta there. And Kyle makes up all of the like sauces or everything at home, so. Homemade pasta, he does his thing, and it's like best dinner. The only other one we were thinking about adding under fiscally responsible government was the mobility key assessment. Right, Jay, did you get a hold of Keith? Jeremy?
Yeah.
Is that something we can work on or no?
It wasn't 100% clear to me. I asked him a couple of questions and he hadn't responded back with the answers, but I can read his response. Oh, he did just respond back.
Oh, sorry, I forgot one live.
So his first, regarding the mobility stuff, in passing the mobility fee, his first response was, SB 180 language says that a county or municipality within a county that was in the federal disaster declaration for one or more of the stated hurricanes may not propose or adopt a moratorium or a more restrictive or burdensome plan amendment or land development regulation concerning review, approval, site plan development order, etc. before October 1st, 2027. In my opinion, doing background work is neither making a proposal nor adopting anything. In fact, finding and establishing a basis for a future proposal or future adoption for sure, but as long as we didn't bring it forward to a public hearing and present it publicly, I think we can defend the activity as not violating SB 180. And then I asked him if that means we can discuss the issue at a public meeting, and what if we approve a study or consultant for discussion? And he says there's no judicial guidance on any of that. We can be conservative and wait until October 27, or if we are aggressive and someone challenges the actions in lawsuit, then we will have to defend it in court. So, yeah, your choice. Cuban basically.
Oh.
What does council think? Should we add it to the list?
I think if we're doing that non-ad valorem assessment, kind of goes right along with that. It's just another source of revenue or different source.
I agree to add it. What about you guys?
Is
Councilman
it getting
Brandon?
is it getting bulked in, or is it gonna be standing by itself?
It would be a third bullet point under fiscally responsible government.
Okay, it's by itself. Okay, I'll add it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
What do you want to call it?
Mobility fee assessment.
Yeah.
Are you printing a new one, or should we just write it?
Just write in. The easiest way.
That matters.
50
I
more.
just wanna make sure that, I'll just make sure that they're all in the same order, so.
Yeah, they should all be in the same order, because that'll make it easier for us.
Okay, so make number 3, third bullet point, the mobility fee assessment.
All right.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Mayor?
The third bullet point under fiscally responsible government should be mobility fee assessment. So we're just gonna, the second copy, we're just gonna write in, so they don't have to reprint it, but we have to make sure everyone's is in the same order, in same location.
All right, and go into the second category, protect community appearance, character, and identity. I wrote yours.
Oh, you just keep going.
Yes. Can you pass mine down?
Yep.
Protect community appearance, character, and identity. We have the two that we're adding to that was County Line Road beautification and FEC right-of-way beautification. Those were the two that we added.
Did we break out Old Dixie safety improvements as like a separate, or did I just write that down?
Well, maybe it ties in under the safety projects on the last category, which is mobility plan projects. We separate into safety and then connectivity projects, and those were both on that plan. So skipping down to the third one.
So let's
sorry.
write, so after hazardous materials amnesty day, why don't we all write in the County Line Road beautification? And then the FEC right-of-way beautification after that one.
Okay.
saying high quality municipal infrastructure and services. We're adding 2. So instead of, we're gonna strike through application of mobility plan projects, we're gonna strike through that, and we're gonna put safety projects, and those are part of the mobility plan. And then we're also gonna add connectivity projects, which are part of the mobility plan.
Should we do mobility plan dash, so we know it's sticks with
Yeah.
that? Okay, so do mobility plan dash, improve safety and mobility, then mobility plan dash, connect places and pathways.
Places and pathways.
Yep.
Was it animation? And then if there's any others anywhere you guys want to discuss, I know that these were, we can relook at the slides. I think they're pretty much covered. I don't think you wanted to go back to these, Mayor.
Yeah, could you pull up that all? Because you had like a couple slides with other priorities that weren't, some were listed, but some weren't, I believe, right? Like that first one's not on the list. The taxes, public education on property reform is not on the list. It's not clear on the health, safety, and welfare focus. That's very broad. You need background.
Yeah, whoever gave me that one can talk about the public safety patrol, proactive policing, training medical staff. We have all that, so I'm not really sure what an initiative would be for that, but if anybody wants to propose an initiative, we can do that. And the other one was, what was the other one? The taxes, continue public education on property tax reform. We're looking at what other cities are doing. I think we do a good job with smoke signals, and we'll continue to try to be creative putting stuff out, but at this point we're not really sure what impact we're even looking at. So it's kind of tough to educate the public. It could be 100,000, could be 6 million, so we don't really know what that impact is. So we've done some educations on our website, but if somebody wants to put together a specific initiative, we can do that.
So property tax reform was mine, and my thought was just to refresh and maybe change the messaging every so often, because we've been doing a great job getting that information out there. But I think if we make it different, have a different message, it might catch eyes a little bit more than having the same message all the time. Because we're still under the gun to make sure we're educating the community on what property tax reform is. So it doesn't need to be a strategic initiative. It's something that staff can just work on regardless. But I think just because nothing was passed during the regular session, I think we need to still keep this on top of on top of list of importance for education, and just switch up the messaging so it's catching people's eyes on a weekly.
You said we're under the gun to educate. Who's holding the gun? What do you mean by that?
No, the state's not done talking about property tax reform. So I think, because a lot of conversations with FLC2 has been don't stop talking to your legislators, it's not over, right? So they didn't pass anything during regular session. They're likely going to have a special session to be determined. So we can't let up on the messaging.
Okay.
And I want to make sure it's catching people's attention. I think maybe switching up the messaging maybe not weekly, but
I think anytime you get a group together like the Residents Academy, that's one way of, it was talked about, it was educated.
It was, yeah.
It was really in depth probably. So that was a great, I think they need credit for that in that scenario. But I agree with that idea. I'm not opposed to continue that conversation, but I do think they do a good job.
so yeah, I don't know if it needs to be a strategic plan, but I think
Even if we do a workshop where we talk about adding another group or whatever, that's another area where people can come and share their ideas too.
Oh man, you're stressing me out with all these groups.
It's not necessarily, it's the same idea of refreshing it is bringing more conversation.
Right. I mean, and I would totally leave that to staff in the clerk's office on how to just make sure we're, keeping up with the messaging, making sure it's catching people's eyes, whether it's just how we're doing it with socials or, having a town hall or something. I don't know. But I will say, yeah, I mean, the Residents Academy is a great forum, and I think the majority of the residents saw value in what they paid and didn't really have a big deal or, a big issue with it. So how do we get that message out when we realized, when we really got to talk about it with the class, that for the majority, they were happy. They didn't think they were, overpaying for the level of services and what they received every day. So, do we want it to be an initiative? Do we want staff to just come up with ideas on their own?
Are you thinking of changing the messaging, like to tweak it, or just keep it the same and just keep pushing it?
I would leave that to staff's discretion, but like I said, maybe just have like a different graph, like just something a little different to catch your eye. Because when it's the same all the time.
Regarding that, just in
things
general,
over.
like as a person, when I talk to my friends and fellow homeowners and whatever, a lot of people still don't know where their property tax money goes to, like in our budget. And again, that kind of goes down to just constantly like explaining where that portion of our budget is paying for. So if I explained it to them in reverse effect when the school board tax thing came out, and it sounds great, but then here we are years later, it's where is that money? So it's kind of the same thing, just being very specific. If as a whole, as a village, our property tax goes towards bulk of it, this, and this. And then we have all the other fees that come in. But for me, it's just the very specifics rather than like a general concept. People see the general concept and it feels good. Ooh, lower my property taxes. But they still, for me, don't understand where the bulk of our money goes. A lot of people forget that the employees, it's not just their salary, it's everything else too.
I think the property tax messaging, it kind of lays all that out, like how much homestead we collect in homestead.
does.
Doesn't it lay all that out?
And a cap.
It's on the screen.
Well, that's the
But I don't
budget,
know if
but we
people
have
are reading it.
specific messaging for property tax reform. It was somewhere else on our website, and I think it's been in like a link in our Friday newsletter every Friday. Yeah, and I think that kind of goes over the basics what you're talking about.
It does, but then I don't know like how much of our public is reading that versus getting
Well,
it
that's
from their news
hence
sources.
my
and that's a
point
different
too, is being
variation.
creative with the messaging. So we're sticking with the facts, but I mean, our clerk's office does an amazing job with like
Yep.
the reels they do, like when they did the whole, 90s, was it, no, the 80s park and rec, like, just being creative with the messaging and so same data, same talking points, but just catching people's, ear and eye a little bit more.
I mean,
I think it's just so important to keep.
I'm okay with
going.
continuing to educate because it's a big thing that's happening. It's just my concern is it's the information's being sent out, municipalities, state, news, and it's just really where are people getting their info from.
Oh, I read inaccuracies on the news.
So-
It's
Again, I
Frustrating.
just go back to, let's just be very transparent about our budget, and we have those, we do push those. I always wish we pushed those more, our little graphs and our simple breakdowns. Because people see those
so
sales prices.
initiative
too,
or just give staff direction to just be creative on their own and
I think it,
continue messaging.
I don't ever want to add more. I don't ever want to add more duties to staff, but I think it's part of what we do to educate already through our social media channels, the Village Vibes newsletter, things like that. The smoke signals. So I think if we just suggest that staff tweak that message or make that a consistent column or something like that, I think it can be done that way.
Keep it engaging.
Yeah.
Okay. Does everyone go with that? Yeah. Okay. Jeremy, Laura, you guys go with that?
Yeah, we can always do more. I think it's kind of like, from my standpoint, I know Lori has asked me a couple times about putting more stuff out. From from our standpoint, just, you know, we don't even know where it's coming from anymore. Like, you're gonna go play a football game, you don't know what defense they're playing. Like, we don't know if we're talking about $100,000 impact or $6 million impact. So for our residents, like, how do you educate them? Like, hey, it's gonna be an impact to you. Well, what does that mean? What kind of impact? Because everybody wants lower taxes, right? But if we lower tax $100,000, we can figure out how to eat it. You know, and it's good for our residents. But so, I mean, if we're just trying to catch the eye on, you know, getting a tax proposal, that's easy. But what messaging we're putting out, like, we don't know if we're playing defense against, you know, $100,000 or $6 million. So,
Well, I think it's the three bills that are, because I don't know
no
if they
bills
still have.
now. So at this point, there isn't anything. Everything's on the table, or nothing's
That's
on the
right,
table.
yeah.
I think you keep being very transparent about our current budget, our current process, and be diligent on that. As future proposals come, then we'll start talking about those different proposals and how they can impact our current.
I agree. Just the facts. I mean, kind of like we did during session, right?
Yeah, we'll do some additional messaging. I know, like I said, Lori's office has asked me about it. Not recently, because I know, Mary, you were wanting to bring this up, you know, have discussion, see if everybody was on the same page. But I'm sure they have some ideas to do it. And then, you know, once the proposal does hit, we have to be very careful, because if the state just comes out tomorrow and has a special session, then we're pretty limited on what we can put out. So we'll have to hit a cutoff on some of that, or be very careful. So, but we'll game plan it. We don't have to have an initiative for it.
Okay.
We can do it.
That works for me. And yeah, I mean, that whole, if something does pass, that's why it's, in my opinion, critical to, you know, keep the gas pedal on messaging. Because yeah, if it does pass, we're going to be a little more limited in what we can send out from a messaging standpoint. Oh, can you pull that slide up again? So the last one, that was my first question. What is health, safety, and welfare focus?
Maybe Mr. Sartori. I think he just wanted to make sure his top priorities, and correct me if it's not you, Rick, you know, his top priority is make sure we're focused on health, safety, and welfare. I don't know if there was any specific initiative.
No,
he just wanted to make sure.
You captured it. You know, I think that as I mature and evolve as a council person, you know, really going back to the strategic plan, to the comprehensive plan, and are we looking for, how does the specific agenda item address the health, safety, and well-being of our residents? So it's more of a state of mind, so that doesn't need to be, there's no initiative directly.
Just don't forget it.
I don't know if any of those are mine particular. When I am asked what is my top priority, is absolutely public safety. So that one might be one of mine, because I am specific when I say police and fire. It's not really an initiative, it's just to continue or do more patrolling and proactive policing, because a lot of times if you are proactive and you're in the community, it stops a lot of crime before it even happens. Especially with trends, like not just TikTok videos, but in other areas there'll be crime trends. And sometimes they might pertain to a specific kind of training that police or fire might need. So just as long as council is always up to supporting them, and any kind of training that they don't have yet, we support them in getting it, so that way they can keep our village safe. It's really just that in a nutshell. Because if our people can't go to Publix and feel safe, or be safe in their homes, don't feel safe taking a walk, or heaven forbid walking out to your car in the middle of the night because you forgot something, then everything else is a wash. So that really, if that was me, that's really what I meant by that, was just continue to support them, because they keep our lifestyle great.
Is that something you want to add as an initiative?
No, because it doesn't really have an initiative, but again, we were asked in the beginning of all this, like, what are your top 3 priorities? And that is always my top. So if it ends up being an initiative, because we end up, like, if one of the chiefs come in and say, hey, like, we're seeing a trend of this crime maybe getting close to us, or maybe our demographic starts getting older and we have those kind of medical calls and they need a special training for it, or a special equipment device to help provide safety, just that we would, you know, make sure we find a way to support that. But luckily we're not there yet. I hope we don't get there, but again, proactiveness kind of prevents a lot of that stuff from happening. So no initiative, just always my top priority when I'm asked.
Do you have anything to add, Jeremy? This is from my perspective. I think, and I agree, and I think both of our chiefs, I'm sure, team members bringing it to them, I think they stay so ahead of the curve with the latest trends and technology.
we're not there.
And training.
But when I'm flat out asked, like, what are your top 3 priorities for the village? That is always number 1. So I don't know if that's why it's on there, but that is one of the things I did say.
It was one of yours, but I think, when you're making those decisions, you fit it into one of those buckets that we talked about. So like protect community, parents, character, identity, or physically responsible government, or the high level of service. When you're making decisions, you can always tie it to one of those 3 things. And if it doesn't fit in one of those 3 things, then maybe we shouldn't be approving it. So I think it's good. I couldn't think of an initiative for it, so that's why I didn't put it on there. But if it's any indication, you can see that I didn't filter anybody's messages. I just put them on there how I got them. So.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I would just tell them.
I mean, I agree with it. I see some that I've mentioned, and I see some that I probably mentioned like in so many words. But I think we covered all that in all this.
We talked about all those.
Yeah.
Connectivity, that's.
New sidewalks. Rick, that one was yours.
I'm sorry?
The connectivity new sidewalks, was that yours?
Connecting the gaps.
That one we don't really have sidewalks on here.
No, but I think if it's connectivity, could it fall?
Is that right over there?
Places the pathways.
So is that meant for more like add sidewalks where sidewalks don't exist, or improve the ones?
Add more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because really, besides, I think El Portal, it's been all maintenance, right?
Yeah, 5, 6 years ago, Mr. Sun said, take care of what you have, and then we'll worry about adding. And so our focus every year has always been on and we still have a lot of work to do of improving the sidewalks. But I think, the initiative is to try to, now that we've done a better job of taking care of them, setting some money every year, now how do we expand some of that connectivity that we've talked about for the last year or so. So I think it's tied in that last initiative that we put on there. I forget how you worded it, but the connectivity part.
Okay. Covered all that stuff. Does everyone agree?
I think that was.
We didn't talk about golf cart utilization.
Yeah. Patrick, what do you got for that one? I'm not calling anybody out. Sorry, guys.
For whoever came up with that idea. That's, I don't know. When we brought this up months ago, I think it was actually not a workshop, maybe council. I don't remember what it was at. I thought the concept was very cool, but how you get there, I think it's part of our probably overall mobility plan. But I don't know where I was going with this one. I guess the only thing you can really do is make it slightly easier for golf carts, golf cart parking, that kind of stuff. But then you also have the enforcement side of more golf carts on the road. But I do like the idea of, I just think about our local businesses, and I just love the idea of a young family piling into a golf cart safely. That's they all have seatbelts on and rolling up, or to our parks. It's Tequesta Park, that will never be really a reality, but not something we necessarily need to put a lot of time and effort into right now. But I do think it would be something cool for our village.
I think there's really three angles you go at this, right? Like first we start with, when I first got here, there were so many complaints about people on golf carts and driving, and I think we did a really good job of educating, and probably a little bit of just statewide of low-speed vehicles, and people started getting their golf carts registered. Now, when you see somebody driving down, you usually look, they got a plate on the back, and they got all the safety stuff. So there was that educational piece. I think there's a couple other pieces that have come. We've talked about one. Can we encourage it more by having parking spaces for it? And we'd have to obviously look at our parking code. And I know Jay brought something at some point. We discussed it. I forget the outcome of it. the other part of it is this mobility plan, this bigger, big picture mobility plan, which is, widen our sidewalks to, 10 feet and, make our sidewalks so that you're getting golf carts off of the low speed vehicles off the roads, and you're, creating this golf cart community, kind of like Seaside or something like that, right? That's a huge initiative to make those sidewalks 10 feet. And, if obviously if council wants to look at that, we'd have to really start putting together plans, and it'd be a very long-term initiative to do that. So in my mind, that's when Patrick brought that up, and I'm sure that we had those conversations when we were talking, but in my mind, those are some of the things that we'd have to consider is, the codes for golf carts, and then, obviously the sidewalks for golf carts. We do allow for them. I think the state just changed the law, which allows golf carts to transverse over like the FDOT right of way, like basically you can get from one side to the other, but you can't drive down US 1 because the sidewalks aren't 10 feet. So you can't put a golf cart on there, and you can't drive them on US 1 because the speed limit is too much. So in Tequesta, it's very limited what we can do with golf carts and where we can go. I mean, so even if we made all of our sidewalks 10 feet, like you really can't drive down US 1, which is where all of our commercial traffic's at.
I don't disagree, but what if we rephase Linear Park and put a 10-foot sidewalk there to go along Linear Park all the way to County Line? What if we did County Line, had a 10-foot sidewalk there? We can pretty much get anywhere at that point. And then if we get through Jolona and get through Jolona on a golf cart, and then get to the beach. I mean, we could probably figure out a way to do this.
Yeah. County line not being ours and BLM not being ours. I mean, that would be how we do some of that. But wouldn't be the intent, like if you, and I'm just asking, so I'm not, not trying to start any argument, but your intent would be like if I wanted to be at the country club and I wanted to go eat at a restaurant, I want to take my golf cart from my house to, let's say Evo, just for the sake of, they're well known. How do you get down US 1?
I need to get Linear Park, and then I can do it. But if I get to
how would Linear Park help us?
Because then I can go Old Dixie, then I can cut across the crosswalk, get me into Publix, which gets me into Evo.
Evo's not in public shopping center though, is it?
No, it's not. You're right.
Is there a cut through
You can
behind the
get
church?
you can get to most of the plazas. You could get to Publix,
Yep.
and then the Home Goods and the Hog Snappers
Yep.
Plaza, which is, so the Evo Plaza will be left out basically. But when we talked about this, my one concern too is with promoting it, even though we can cross US 1, is if someone runs a red light on US 1 and a golf cart gets hit, anywhere, but especially on US 1, people 50, 55 plus down US 1. So that was my biggest concern. We start encouraging all the crossing of US 1, that you can have a huge fatality type accident. Like you could on the other intersections, but that one, if someone runs a red light. So I remember thinking like everything west of US 1, like make it happen kind of thing. But Jay, was it in the mobility plans? I thought we had talked about like a pilot program with one of the shopping centers that was west of US 1 to put some like golf cart parking there to see how it was utilized.
We talked about pilot program at the rec on Dover. We talked about doing a project over there, and I don't, maybe you know what happened with that.
Yeah, there's two different things. There's I pitched an idea at a workshop to you where we would give people, they'd be able to count golf cart spaces for the required car parking spaces in commercial plazas. And so you can usually do, I think, 3 golf cart spaces equals 2 regular spaces. So it makes it easy if someone wanted to put 10 or 15 golf cart parking spaces in there. They can be more efficient. We could maybe let people have more outdoor seating area. And I pitched that to you all. And I think you didn't really go for it because you didn't like people having to cross US 1 on their golf cart. But then the other idea that Jeremy's talking about is I've gotten with Greg, and he's okay with us restriping a few spaces over at Constitution Park as a little test run, where we can actually get maybe 3 spaces at the entrance as like golf cart spaces, and then marking them and putting a sign up saying golf cart parking only, and just seeing how heavily those are used. And if those are used heavily, there's a few spots we can actually add over there that aren't even being used as car parking spaces, and we could maybe get like 6 or 7 golf cart parking spaces over there. So we're working on doing that, and it's probably something we could do pretty easily, especially if everyone's on board with it.
Well, I don't know if I was just really stretching when I thought of this one or not, because but I do think it's cool. There's obviously a lot more. There's stuff that we talked about that's far more important than this, but I think as far as the community character, it would be very cool.
Is it in the mobility plan though? So would that, I mean, could we put that, would that,
Yeah, in the mobility plan, there was a few ideas about incentivizing golf cart parking, which was to do the reduction of, or to allow them to count as required parking spaces. And then, I can't remember which other ones there were, but there were some ideas of making it more of a golf cart friendly community. The issue is you can't get them across the bridge. So I take it back. So golf carts cannot go across the bridge. Low-speed vehicles can go across the bridge. So that was the idea in the mobility plan, was to make it more of a low-speed vehicle-friendly community, because you can take a low-speed vehicle everywhere in Tequesta, except was Old Dixie allowed?
Old Dixie
US 1.
40? Yeah.
Yeah, it's 40. So anything but Old Dixie and US 1, you can take a golf cart
County
to.
Line Road.
County Line.
Yeah, you couldn't get to Tequesta Park, technically, unless you widen the
If you
linear
went down
park.
Riverside, you could. County Line's not 40 miles per hour, is it? Oh, geez.
It is?
That should not be 40 miles.
I'm pretty sure County Line's in that category where we can't.
I just remember we couldn't figure out a way to get to Tequesta Park. That's all.
Jeremy, I think County Line might be 35, because I feel like we had that on our list.
Okay.
Well, we can revisit that.
You could go down Riverside, but that only accommodates a part of Tequesta, not all of Tequesta, if they want to get to this park.
So I guess for the sake of this, do we want to have an initiative for golf cart and or just want to come back as a workshop and talk about what our options are? I mean, we don't have to decide that today unless you guys want to make an initiative and we can
I think we
put it on there.
put it under the mobility plan, because some of that stuff is in the mobility plan. So that would be connect places and pathways, so we kind of fall under that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be like a separate initiative, but
Okay. Mayor, I think you brought up county awareness on the issues.
Yeah,
Was there-
because one of the questions, which I think a lot of our randoms up here were emerged from us answering these questions. I think there was a question here. Yeah, the question was asked of us. It said policy or legislative issues. Are there any policy issues or legislative priorities the village should evaluate or advocate for? And my 2 top ones, because I feel like they, really affect us. They all affect us when the state preempts us. But I think these ones are important to our community too. Is protecting our fiscal autonomy, but then also any comp plan development preemptions are a real big one, major one to us. Our community doesn't like it when the state puts preemptions on us that allows more density in height or whatever the case may be. So in answering that question, I was like, is that something we, want to make sure that these items that our lobbyists stay on top of, and then, there's been some county initiatives that could impact us. Do we need to start paying more attention to county too? Again, I don't know if it's something to add on here. It was just one of the questions that were asked of us, and those are my thoughts. And I think it's something important that we have to be thinking of and doing every year from an advocating standpoint. And again, just awareness too.
Sorry, was there a question? Sorry.
No, I mean, I think just
The same reading, same time.
generally something we should just naturally be doing every year. And again, I only put it down because
Yeah.
it was one of our questions.
And I do follow county best I can because they're a little bananas sometimes. Not to mention their state.
Besides fiscal autonomy and comp plan and development preemptions, any other top priorities you think for us that we think our lobbyists should stay on top of? Because even if we don't add it as an initiative, I think it's good feedback for Jeremy as, you know, we finish this session and think about next session. Like, so they're all the preemptions, sometimes they're good, but a lot of them affect us negatively. But I think of the ones that our community really seems to, you know, not be happy about. And those are the two
Ones
that,
that make you go, why are we here?
yeah.
Yeah. Those are the ones I'm really concerned about.
Any other topics, or those are the big ones?
And the lobbyists, we usually have them come in, you know, August-ish for presentation, and at that point we can task them with things. So if there's items that start to get rumblings again after this session and start going to the next, we can task the lobbyists with at that point.
Sounds like a plan.
Mm-hmm.
So I think 2 of those 3 are Miss Brandon.
Thanks. Does anyone have any questions?
I don't think there's any initiative per se. I think she, you know, I don't want to paraphrase.
They're not initiatives, again, they're just,
Do you get feedback that it feels like that?
sometimes,
The second one?
2 years ago especially.
Which one?
Yep, the second one. Especially like 2 years ago. And then like
What
village,
was it? I would just love to
it was
know.
the grass police.
Grass police?
During the drought. Just little things. Village relationships, again, village staff has been great. Very approachable, just keeping that relationship with residents, and then at events, because we're here to serve them, even staff is here to serve them. So just keeping that customer service level up, and even if it's not a great complaint or feedback coming in, just keep that relationship going, because that's how we're going to find solutions. Yeah, I don't know what the last.
The last one was mine, just making sure.
Yeah.
Remember,
And I agree with
the
you, yeah.
survey and aligning it with some of our, which I
Again,
think
that's
we
just
did.
providing the feedback.
All right, so now is the time where you guys would rank and score these. You get 3, it's on the last page or the back page. You get 3 A's, 3 B's, and as many C's as you want, but only 1 C per item. And so based on that, we will score these, and highest score is the top priority, and you know, so on and so forth.
Ooh, hey, your neck.
No.
Ah.
And please put your name on the top. They are public record, and I know last year we had a couple of records asking for each individual's ranking, so. Look at you, trying to get out here early.
You're seriously done?
There's a fire drill at 3228 Millville Road. It's got my name on it.
So we're allowed 3 A's?
3 A's, 3 B's, and as many C's as you want, but only 1 C per item.
Only one, so only 3 C's.
Huh?
Only 3 C's, right? There's a 3.
No, wait, unlimited C's.
So you can put C on all the rest of them if you want, like all the ones you don't
Oh, wait.
do, but there may be
3.
some you're like, I don't really want to give it any points.
So I can do no for that.
3 A's, 3
You
B's,
know.
unlimited C's.
Okay.
This is the scoring.
X? Yeah.
That's the scoring on top, right? This is the scoring.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have to score ourselves?
What'd you say? Huh?
We just,
No, Lori, you think it's Lori, she scores it. So what would you say? You had a fire? What?
I know there's a, after this conversation.
Oh. Well, me too.
Have a plan? No, I don't. I think I'm just gonna change.
Oh, man. I already got A's.
Hmm.
Yes. Oh.
to be crystal clear, in the second one, beautification of Old Dixie does not include the FEC right-of-way beautification. Those are two completely separate.
Yep.
Okay. One's in the road, one is right-of-way. Okay. It's so hard.
It is hard, right? Like they're all important. All right, I think it.
So did you just pick one C per group, or you put C's on everything else?
I put C's on everything else.
Okay.
So I picked three A's, three B's, and then everything else is C's.
C's.
I had two no's.
Lately it's been closer. Right. Trying to do that little bit of sugar, but those are actually worth something else. I think that looks pretty nice. It's cake and cream pepper. But I have kids, so it's fries. They like to eat. Okay, Chrissy's.
You were first here.
I just went to myself.
You also need a lot of
I want to make sure everyone knows what I'm thinking about this one.
Oh, I just wrote down.
You need an extra sheet?
No. I just, it was hard to count because you didn't have the cone. Oh, I see, I didn't put it.
Well, but you only get to be,
No, three. So I just want extra.
Can you pull up your OneNote? Because I don't want my
Probably
got
not
a
the
message
beginning
about
of 2
like not thinking. But I have, I fixed it.
We should be able to hear it too.
We're just gonna get the results. What our priorities are. Okay. I hope so. See 4 bullet points up there. We still gotta,
Okay, so,
that doesn't all
Oh,
happen.
good, okay. It's
Oh my gosh, I wrote the wrong part.
Just take a second.
so that's a C. Okay, so then-
You know, when I open, it's like, sign in, sync, don't sync. I know, it's like a bunch of questions, which I've never. And there's a bunch of stuff on my desktop for it, which I didn't have before, but I'm not touching it. I don't. Just- If it's working, it's working. Just leave it alone.
That space study should be ready. I'm not sure who's that. That space study should be
Make
ready.
me like sure, okay.
Taking that other note off.
After that.
Okay, thank you.
The one for this building.
Whole thing.
Oh, everything. Oh, good.
So fun fact, if you guys went to, I muted it, so, if you went to the, concert, that oyster garden thing, a lot of people going to that thing trying to make the oyster, and drill holes in it and all that stuff. It's pretty cool. Nice. Cause they put them like right by the gate, so like everybody had to go by it, and it was like, what's going on here? It's a project. Pretty good turnout.
For the event, I'm all too, not just.
Yeah, but it's not engaged, but it was pretty well attended. I mean, Rick was there after 6:30. I was only
Yeah, I got
till
there about
6:30,
6:45.
But I mean, it was pretty well attended when I was there.
Yeah, music was great. I thought it was great.
It says we're
No, we got home after 10. It was long day.
It was. It was a fun long weekend. It's like it's over. You guys got put on the map yesterday.
I know.
That was exciting. A-list.
The girls won like 7 awards. And the,
Oh,
one of
for
those
the dance?
dance.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's their second year competing.
I heard.
Really good.
Look at Adriana getting up put on the map.
Did you see, they won the first judges award, the very first award, did you watch it?
Yes, the awards, yes. I just missed their numbers because I
Oh,
was
it was
trying to
hilarious.
dress.
I don't know if they weren't expecting or what, but they were, the girls were all in the very, very back of the stage. And Victoria, Adriana's sister, was up there with them. Adriana was in the audience. And the very first award was like, you know, to my daughter, Ayla. And like, silence, nobody did. Like, we're all yelling from the audience, stand up, Ayla, stand up. Finally, so like, all 5 of their heads up.
Okay, sometimes like our little
They were
like, they
just
don't,
like,
and they seem to like go up, go up.
it was so funny.
They're just,
You can tell they're all like nervous standing up. They were just, that was their first time like getting up like that. So, and
It's her
Adrian was
first
like, wait, I was coaching. I'm like, listen, if they call your name, get up. This is what you say.
dude, that guy talked real fast though.
Well, that was the thing. And like the first time he said something, they were silent and we're laughing. I don't even know what he just said.
We have on our staff like people that are dropped to notes. I mean, as he goes, it's like,
But I appreciated his swiftness because
I know. So that everyone was torn. Like,
the other one,
did we complain or were we like, yeah, we're getting through it?
it was great. Because the other one was yeah,
So
and
there's
those were
over
really
100 registries for each section.
how many?
Most of the competitions you got 100 answers per section.
Oh, per section. Wow.
Look at those numbers. You go from number 501 to 599.
How many did you guys win? Did you
Lost count.
do
That's
a
all.
solo?
Yeah, she got 5 stars and top placement. Top 10. So I was asking, just do your best. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
But we have. So
Oh,
it's
you
not-
like you weren't the last one I saw from before we met. Yeah, you have all 86. We literally just have a group of 5. That's it. It's just us.
There's
Age
like
9 to 11.
Oh
Oh wow.
It's crazy.
So nice. But the large group we had was all different age groups.
Yeah.
That was
J-Lo.
yeah. It was, what's that where it has to be a minimum of 3 people.
It's a line, cause it's
Is
over
that
a certain
one?
number of people,
Oh, okay.
and then it has mixed ages.
Yeah. Did you watch the one that was like Aladdin theme? They were like the 50 plus.
Was
line.
it like the copper tone costume?
They were gold.
It was like goldy
It
brown.
was all like family. They got a stand in the way. It was so good.
I love those.
It was so good.
There was a boy one.
can't
I like the
remember
boy
what
one
You
yesterday.
just go through them.
Oh, I didn't watch it.
They have Michael Jackson theme. I just wonder where they got all those boys.
Did you have people dancing on tree too?
Yeah, you do.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't go down this way.
They're all
And A's.
That's nice, but don't like it. It's a little bit
Top
crazy.
3 A's.
Do you know Lillian
A's.
Hooker? She's in that class. They've been at school there since too. You know, their parents, we saw them there. I think they had everything the same day, but I think it's the last one they were they had one every single day. They had to go every single day.
Yeah, she was on Saturday, it's not Friday. Not a lot of them were on Friday. But yeah, that's right.
I had Jeff.
Last com.
I guess I was like, oh.
Look at she's working so hard.
Hey Kyle, also on that bill, that transparency bill, like you have to post all salaries, everybody's salary. Yeah. I mean, no problem from a
I know.
transparency standpoint, but
It's in the budget.
people don't wanna see their, I mean, they don't wanna see their salaries on there. So. I think it says you have to do quarterly. So every quarter we have to combine all that stuff and post it, put it on the
Did you
website.
see Leo's new?
I did see that. Yeah. That's what it is. But hey, in all honesty though,
The new future. Actually was 345 or something.
they do a utility there, so they do electricity. I don't know what they do for electricity, so it's probably worth the
I
extra.
just go back to my childhood memories. My dad properties there was like, all I remember is just what I had there down here. Still to this day.
And water, making feed.
But even on that, like computer room, where it's pointing like, because I was like, hey, that's a block from my dad's
I don't
building.
know if I've ever been on computer.
And the guy was just telling us like,
like,
like, well, public safety, never mind. Amazing, I'm not gonna trade that for anything.
I guess they're all county services, aren't they?
Tiny rooms too. Tiny rooms.
Didn't you get insurance numbers?
It was fun.
Oh, really?
Really fun to see.
She didn't go Saturday.
Kids too.
And then I got her. I heard it was awesome.
It's very fun.
They usually waited more.
I got it. Okay. That's why I was.
So many workshops, which is done. Yesterday we were on 7:30.
Oh, wow.
Or your 2 o'clock, right? That was something I did the same.
Yeah.
Always something. We're almost done. Just gotta calculate it.
Seriously, it's a good area. Spend more time there, but spend some time in the water. This time.
Oh, nice.
And most of them stay over there, like hotel wise.
Oh, I would.
I'm just curious how people talk
Yeah,
about
I
these
was-
things.
Some cool areas.
Where?
Yes.
It's a very European fancy. Oh my gosh.
We went to, where just going there during Christmas break. It was,
Crazy.
oh my gosh, like every place is a 2 hour wait for dinner. They do not take reservations.
Same arm.
Same arm circle.
I've been there.
This is cute where it is.
It's cool. It's just like spoke, like everything revolves around circles. Like it's a very interestingly laid out city for Florida. Very small. Yeah. Two good restaurants.
Wait, you guys are gonna go to national for that? I'm assuming you guys got a gold ticket at some point.
They did, we actually got like 2,
'Cause we got one for the.
but they were for group numbers.
That's what, so you get to go just for that dance, right? So I'm like learning.
So it
this
depends,
here.
so it depends on how they set up, so the competitions sometimes, like Tremaine does it where they'll have the competition for the national winners, or the regional winners, but then they'll do a summer competition, so that way people can maybe do another
This
dance.
one's in July. It's in New Jersey.
And so that's why volleyball, because it's a group, so the whole group has to go.
Sport, yeah, I mean, everyone has to go, so we try to figure out if that's possible.
Really hard.
But then it's just for the dance that you want to.
Because they're never near, so you got at least a plane, and then you got a hotel.
What?
How do you drive from, like, it's a big house.
So we'll see if we're going.
A lot of people go with Wheeling Valley.
Oh, really? So it's not large.
Even Solis, sometimes Solis just, if it's in South Carolina, it's just, one if it's in summer, they're on a family vacation, or, again, you're looking at,
I know, I already have her signed up for summer camp, that's like, oh, I
you're looking at
Okay,
some
swap it.
aged kid and a parent and 2 plane tickets, hotel.
Be interested to see if the group decides to go.
So not knocking it, but what are you getting out of it?
And it'd be cool.
I mean, it's cool.
Right?
So you gotta measure.
Choose what this means. Yeah, I don't think we don't have anything else scheduled for the
I
rest
think
of the
last year we
year.
had to pick one because Elizabeth was. That one was being live, but days with organization that same weekend. Like, go to South Carolina. Which one do you want more?
Yeah.
Well, that probably will happen until like tees, depending on what kind of circle she's in, but as long as we're having fun.
Don't know what happened to the video. We don't think we need it anymore. So, a couple ties, but we formulated the top group. So number 1 was safeguard and invest critical water infrastructure, high quality system. 2 tied for 2, exactly the same A's and exactly the same B's. 1 was consider Remembrance Park Phase 3. And the other one was develop future master facilities plan. And then 2 tied for 3. It looks like the top one, which had the more of the A's, would have been Tequesta Park redevelopment. And then also tied for it was beautification of Old Dixie. And then a close 4th, if you count those ties. The next one down was non-ad valorem assessment and kind of going through that process to see what that looks like.
After that, it drops down pretty quick. And we'll just go through them, but the rest of them are just 5s and 6s. Those were all like double digits. So what we'll do is we'll give you guys the official list, send that out to council, but we will bring that back to this whole thing back to council at probably the May meeting. It'll have it prioritized, and then you guys can vote on it.
Cool.
Good?
Great.
All right.
Well done.
All right, and just for, are we live? No. Just for record, I would take public comment at the close of the meeting, but there is no public comment here, or no one from the public to comment here. With that, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Boom.
Just like that.
Boom.
Be 2 o'clock.
You're right, man.